Parliamentary Approval Act and Standing Order number 45 relating to Committee of Public Appointments to committees. Honourable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act requires that a committee shall consider nomination and table a report for debate and decision in the House within 14 days from the date of notification, which is today. In this regard, the committee should table its report on the above nominees soonest to enable the House to conclude the matter within the statutory timelines. Thank you, honourable members. This next message, honourable members, is grounded on our Standing Order 42, subsection 2 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, requiring the Speaker to cause the transmission of any message received from the President at a time when the House is not sitting to every member and let the report as aforesaid. In this regard, therefore, I wish to inform the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President dated 23rd of October 2020, conveying that he intends to deliver the 2020 State of the Nation. Therefore, I wish to notify all members that a special sitting of Parliament will take place on Thursday, 12th November 2020 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Main Chamber, Parliament Buildings, and that the Speakers of the House of Parliament are making necessary arrangements to facilitate the special sitting of the Houses of Parliament. Besides, I'm also aware that the officers of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament have since commenced preparations for the day, including sitting arrangements in line with the public health guidelines, and that official invitations will be sent out in the usual manner. And this House is accordingly notified. I thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Member for Kilifi, this should be Kilifi South, isn't it? The Honorable Chonga. Looks like the table office doesn't differentiate between Kilifi North and Kilifi South. They think that the Honorable Chonga is the member for Kilifi North. I know. It is the table office. I'm saying they have indicated that the Honorable Kitty Chonga is a member for Kilifi North. I am correcting that you are indeed the member for Kilifi South. Proceed, Honorable Chonga. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is happening? It is the people who are supposed to facilitate you.
Thank you. I think he has been a DJ before. Mr. Speaker, I stand to present public petition number 38 of 2020 regarding dispossession of land belonging to Dindiri, Makata, and Kaole villages in Chasimba Ward, Kilifi South constituency. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Dindiri, Makata, and Kaole villages of Kilifi South constituency, draw the attention of the House to the following. That Makata CBO was registered as a community-based organization on the 26th of August 2020 under certificate number 49145, and has membership comprising of residents of Dindiri, Makata, and Kaole villages of Chasimba Ward in Kilifi South constituency. that the residents of these villages, comprising of a population of over 45,000, over 65,000, live on the ancestral land registered under plot number 152/4/ mainland north, measuring 1,776 acres. That the residents recently discovered with dismay the existence of copies of a title deed dated 1908 that allegedly assigns ownership of the land to an absentee individual by the name of Mbarak Islam Abed. That this alleged subdivision and title deed issuance is irregular and highly questionable in view of, among other reasons, that the fact that it was issued over 110 years ago during the British colonial era, yet at independence in 1963, all land was freed from colonial oversight and transferred to the government to safeguard the welfare of indigenous people occupying their respective lands. That Wachoni and the Giriama ancestors had settled in the Dindiri Makata Kaole forest area for over 100 years without any dispute or population, and had built houses, grown crops such as coconut palms, cashew nuts, maize, cassava, and mangoes, and reared livestock. That over the decades, the community expanded exponentially and established numerous social infrastructure such as the Dindiri Nursery School, Makata Primary School, Kaole Primary School, Dindiri Secondary School, churches, restaurants, saloons, shops, and other commercial establishments. That graveyards that are almost 100 years old, as well as old mango trees, are a testament to the fact that the residents have lived on this ancestral land for decades. That the area residents are the legitimate owners of the land plot number 152/IV/mainland north as a community by virtue of being the occupants of the land for centuries. That efforts to address this matter with relevant authorities have not borne much fruit, and that the matter in respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee on Lands, inquires into the matter with a view to securing the revocation of the title deed irregularly issued to Mr. Mbarak Islam Abed to facilitate subdivision of the land and the title deeds issuance to the legitimate and bona fide residents of Dindiri, Makata, and Kaole villages. And your petitioners will ever pray, presented by me, Honorable Ken Chonga. Thank you.
I think there's a problem. We need the member for Nyando all the time to assist, I think. No, now it's okay. The petition is referred to the Committee on Lands. The next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The leader of majority or majority whip, whoever.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November the 3rd, 2020. Legal notice number 191 of 2020 relating to the retirement benefits, forms and fees, amendments, regulations of 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury and from the National Treasury. Legal notice number 192 of 2020 relating to the retirement benefits, mortgage loans amendment, regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Legal notice number 193 of 2020 relating to the retirement benefits, umbrella retirement benefit schemes, amendment, regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Legal notice number 197, 2020, relating to the public finance management credit guarantee scheme regulations of 2020 from the National Treasury and the explanatory memorandum. Number 5, 2020 budget review and outlook paper from the National Treasury and Planning. Number 6, the sessional paper number 2 of 2020 on the veterinary policy from the State Department for Livestock. 7th, the sessional paper number 3 of 2020 on livestock policy from the State Department for Livestock. Number 8, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements in respect to the Kenya Post Office Savings Bank for the year ended 30th of June 2018 and the certificates therein. And lastly, report of the Steering Committee on the implementation of the Building Bridges to a United Kenya Task Force report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, we get the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Defense, Honorable Kato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. The report of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on the vetting of nominees for appointment to the position of ambassadors and high commissioners, stroke permanent representatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Communication and Information, Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation on 1. The vetting of Ms. Immaculate Kasahid, the nominee for appointment as a Data Commissioner, and the Kenya Information and Communication Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Vice Chair, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Reports of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 1, the Special Economic Zones Amendment Regulations 2020, that is legal notice number 33 of 2020. Number 2, the Crops Sugar General Regulations 2020, legal notice number 99 of 2020. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Kato.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations on its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as ambassadors, high commissioners, and permanent representatives laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132, Subclause 2, Subclause E of the Constitution and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as high commissioners, ambassadors, and permanent representatives. 1, Ambassador John Tippis, High Commissioner to Canberra, Australia. 2, Ms. Immaculate Wambua, High Commissioner to Ottawa, Canada. Number 3, Ambassador Catherine Mwangi, High Commissioner to Pretoria, South Africa. 4, Ambassador Martin Kimani, Permanent Representative to the United Nations, New York. 5, Ambassador Jean Kimani, Permanent Representative to UN Habitat, Nairobi. 6, Ambassador Tom Amolo, Ambassador to Berlin, Germany. 7, Mr. Lindsay Kiptines, Ambassador to Bangkok, Thailand. 8, Ambassador Daniel Wambora, Ambassador to Bujumbura, Burundi. 9, Ms. Stella Munyi, Ambassador to Harare, Zimbabwe. 10, Major General retired Samuel Nandwa, Ambassador to Juba, South Sudan. 11, Major General retired Ngewa Mukala, Ambassador to Khartoum, Sudan. 12, Ambassador Benson Ogutu, Ambassador to Moscow, Russia. 13, Mr. Joshua Gatimo, Ambassador to Tehran, Iran. And 14, Ambassador Tabu Irina, Ambassador to Tokyo, Japan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Data Commissioner, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and pursuant to Section 6.4 of the Data Protection Act 2019 and Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Ms. Immaculate Kasait as the Data Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jagagwe.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Special Economic Zones Amendment Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and Standing Orders 210 4B, annuls in its entirety the Special Economic Zones Amendment Regulations 2020, legal notice number 33 of 2020. Second, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the reports of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Crops, Sugar, General Regulations 2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instrument Act 2013 and Standing Orders 210 4B, annuls in its entirety the Crops, Sugar, General Regulations 2020, legal notice number 99 of 2020. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Vice Chairman, the Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund, Honorable Omar Maalim. You don't have a card? No, you have now.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provision of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, this House approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 8 constituency committees on Wednesday, August 5, 2020. 1, Ainab Koi. 2, Bomet East. 3, Buri. 4, Dagoretti South. 5, Elema Ravine. 6, Kitutu Church South. 7, Nyeri Town. 8, Dagoretti North. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. Honourable members, I did indicate that I had a short communication to make. Honourable members, as you may be aware, last week, specifically on the 29th of October, the High Court Constitutional Petition number 284 of 2019, as consolidated with Constitutional Petition number 353 of 2019, issued, amongst other orders, an order for cessation of consideration of all pending bills in both Houses of Parliament until the requirements of Article 110, Clause 3 of the Constitution is first fulfilled. The judgment also contains other related declaratory orders that shall have a direct implication on the legislative work of this House. Honourable members, consequently, on Friday, 30th of October 2020, the House Business Committee did meet and deliberate on the matter of the judgment and took a firm view that the judgment is unconstitutional, erroneous, and flawed in law. Honourable members, the House Business Committee in particular noted with grave concern that the court had misdirected and misapplied the Constitution on the following issues, amongst others. 1, the High Court failed to consider the architectural design of the bicameral parliamentary system under our Constitution, 2010. The Constitution has clearly set out the mandate of the two Houses of Parliament. Article 109 of the Constitution mandates the National Assembly exclusively to enact bills not concerning county governments without the participation of the Senate. The Senate is only mandated to participate in the enactment of laws concerning county governments. 2, the High Court's judgment has effectively curtailed the National Assembly's mandate, specifically under Article 109, Clause 3 of the Constitution, by requiring that any bill not concerning county governments must as well be considered by the Senate, a matter that is exclusively left to the National Assembly. 3, the judgment has also muted the provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution as read together with Article 109, Clause 5 of the Constitution regarding money bills. Number 4, the effect of the High Court's judgment is that members of Parliament and committees in either Houses of Parliament cannot introduce bills in their respective houses without the concurrence of the two speakers. This curtails members' rights to initiate legislations and their rights to represent the people of the constituencies and special interests, particularly in the National Assembly. 5, the judgment also attempts to set aside previous judgments of the High Court and the Court of Appeal, which had validated some of the 23 laws. For instance, the Finance Act of 2018, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, number 5 of 2018, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act 2018, and the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Act 2018 and 2019, amongst others. 6, the judgment has grave implications on the general presumption of constitutionality of a statute and the legislative sovereignty, and will affect government taxation measures, government international commitments, reforms and policy decisions already taken in relation to various acts of Parliament as enacted by this House. Honourable members, in view of the foregoing, I therefore wish to inform the House that the House Business Committee resolved as follows in regard to the High Court judgment. 1, that the National Assembly does appeal the decision of the High Court in Constitutional Petition number 284 of 2019 as consolidated with Constitutional Petition number 353 of 2019, and that in the meantime, no legislative business will be undertaken by the House in the coming days, whether from the National Assembly or from the Senate, pending a way forward of the decision contained in the High Court's judgment while seeking an order of stay or setting aside of the said judgment by the Court of Appeal. I thank you, honorable members. Yes, the Honorable Junet. What's the... Oh, sorry. Honorable Kimunya, you want to... What is it?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
I'm sure Honorable Junet wants to ventilate on the same. It's really a sad situation where obviously the courts have decided in their infinite wisdom that what all the work we've done in this house, basically from 2013 to now, is by extension that all those bills are of dubious constitutional validity. Because much as we have listed, they listed 23 bills. This is what was sent to them. But by extending to even say that even what is in process should be stopped because it risks suffering the same invalidity on the basis that the two speakers have not been seen together declaring a concurrence that this one is this or having signed a paper. Yet, Mr. Speaker, I also know, because I've attended a few of these functions, after the assent of a bill, at the day of assent, and the signature by the president, I see the two speakers there. So if they are happy at the point of signing, doesn't that signify this? You know, it validates whatever that they must have concurred at the beginning. But because of these issues of people just working on very pedantic reasoning, that we can't see evidence that you concurred, so the bill must have been illegal or unconstitutional ab initio. Now, the risk, obviously, I see, Mr. Speaker, is that yes, the 23 have been declared null and void. We have a 9-month window to then ratify. Now, once something is unconstitutional, it's dead. So there's no reawakening. I don't know where for us mere mortals, that's the confusion we have. So the appropriation bill of 2019 has been declared null and void. But money was appropriated, including to the judiciary, including the entire country. And the appropriation bill then lapsed. So, Mr. Speaker, you may recall in the judgment, in the advisory to the President by the Chief Justice to disbar this House, he re-emphasized that there's no pain, there's no gains without pain, and that some pain is necessary for people to obey, to insist on the rule of law. It seems to be the same argument that the judges have put on this one, because I'm aware, they were made aware that there are grave consequences to whatever decision they make. Because when you nullify laws that are already in place, right now people are already refusing to pay taxes. People are refusing to all those laws, basically, and by extension, it's not just the 23. Even between 2019, and last week, all laws were passed, follow the same process. So they must be wrong. Between 2013, when the bicameral system came, to 2018, it was the same process. So we have opened for the omutatas and all to go to nullify all these laws. Now, I would like to ask perhaps that we should advise the control of budget and the National Treasury. First of all, to freeze IFMIS, because if the Appropriation Act of 2019 is illegal, the Appropriation Act of 2020 has been done in exactly the same way. So it is also, it's invalid. So we should ask the Control of Budget and the National Treasury to freeze all payments so that people can wake up to the reality of the kind of judgments they are giving in this country. Because I thought the law was supposed to serve the greater public good, but it's now looking to serve some myopic, pedantic interests from an activism perspective. And perhaps even further, to ask that let the judges show they can absorb the pain by us freezing, in the first instance, the payments, the illegal payments to the judiciary, because it will be so unfortunate for a judiciary, the one that says that we should adhere to the rule of law, to benefit from an illegal act. So they should be the first one to say we are not even receiving any money because it's illegal. Then we move to the Senate, who took us to court. Then the others, I don't see why we should punish wananchi for things that have come from some unconstitutional implementation. Those can come as second or third tier. But in the first instance, we would like to ask the Treasury, probably as of today, to freeze the IFMI system, especially for the judiciary, yeah? Then within the PSC for the Senate, and when they feel the pain, they will start reasoning, so that we don't actually get, like, we can't do business here. Our constitutional mandate is being interfered with. We are actually being stopped from doing what we should be doing, and because we want to obey, we will stop. But we also, because we want to obey, we want to ask the Treasury to also obey and stop paying, especially to those two institutions. Mr. Speaker, I believe with that, we'll be able now to get into the negotiation of what we do next. I think with those remarks, I think I'll leave it there. The lawyers in the House might help us, but since you are a lawyer yourself and you've already interpreted for us, let's see what we can do to save this country from this kind of unwarranted interference in the jurisdiction of the National Assembly.
Honorable Junet, you want to, but actually it is not just the Appropriations Act of 2019, it is the Appropriations Act of 2018, the Supplementary Appropriations Act 2018, Appropriations Act 2019, and even the 2020. So, Honorable Junet, what's the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I want to appreciate your communication and the decision of the House business, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, this communication today proves that this is a House that upholds the rule of law. We've seen a judgment that has been made by the High Court, and we have decided to appeal to the Court of Appeal. It shows that we respect the courts, as Mr. Speaker, unlike what they were thinking before, that we don't respect them. But having said, Mr. Speaker, the day I learned of this ruling, which was last week, I was shocked, because I thought those judges, maybe they were using the constitution of another country, either Nigeria, Uganda, or somewhere, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the constitution is very clear. As lawyers say, the law is very clear, in black and white. And this is a constitution that we have been using since 2013. We were the 11th Parliament was the first Parliament to implement the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, under the bicameral system. And these are issues that have been canvassed on this floor, Mr. Speaker, under your leadership. And fortunately, you have been the Speaker since that time. And this is not the first time senators have gone to court. They went to court on the division of revenue issue. They were given advisory, which never worked. Now they got a ruling. Mr. Speaker, if now the ruling is saying that the appropriation bill of 2018, the supplementary bill act, the appropriation act of 2019, and the other subsequent supplementary acts were unlawful, then I expect the judiciary to return the money they have been using, Mr. Speaker. They were using illegal money. Themselves, they have declared those acts are illegal. So that means they should refund the exchequer the money that they have been using, Mr. Speaker, including the allowances, everything they have been using, including the food they have been consuming. They must be surcharged from today, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when we passed the cybercrime bill, I remember they suspended certain clauses of the bill first, before they declared illegal. And 3 days later, the Chief Justice was on record complaining how social media people are fighting it. And that bill was supposed to address the same thing. You remember, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this is the problem of the judiciary now. They don't look at the national good, the national interest of the country. The Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that money bills, as you said, 114, is the business of this House. How do you discuss funds or monies that you don't know how they are collected? You don't oversight KRA, you don't oversight Treasury. Mr. Speaker, if it was me as a politician, I would just discard that ruling. I would have just say we just ignore it. Because it's Mr. Speaker, but now because we are a country of rule of law, we will appeal. But Mr. Speaker, when now the BBI is proposing somewhere for people to complain, they are talking issues like this. When we are saying we need an ombudsman, because today I will have written to the ombudsman of the judiciary, telling him these 3 judges have done fool of themselves. But when we say, now whom do you complain to, Mr. Speaker? Other than going to appeal at the Court of Appeal, you just die in your house with anger. But if today the ombudsman was in place at the judiciary, I will have written to him officially as a member of parliament that what these 3 judges have done is wrong. Can you look at it and take my complaint to the JSC, Mr. Speaker? That is why I am saying that people should open up their eyes and see the kind of problems the judiciary is causing these problems. As much as they are doing good work, but there are serious issues, Mr. Speaker. They are injecting everything in anything that they think is not going their way, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that let us appeal. I hope the Court of Appeal will give us favor. I will not come to Bunge, Mr. Speaker. There is no legislation here. My work is to legislate, and the court has stopped. Until we get an injunction, we appeal. So, Mr. Speaker, I am away at home. Don't declare my seat vacant for missing 8 seats, Mr. Speaker, because the courts have stopped me from coming to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to legislate. Those few remarks, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, let me hear from the leader, Honorable John Bandy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit hesitant, but this forces us to be close to discussing the conduct of the judges. But I think what we are expressing here, Mr. Speaker, you'll allow us, is general concern about the constitutionalism in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think the mistake we made, and I stand indicted because I was in the 10th Parliament, we actually allowed ourselves, right from 9th Parliament, we allowed civil society to take over an assignment that was so critical that the people's representatives should have taken keen interest and played a bigger role in. That is the role of coming up with a new constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this constitution, there are issues that clearly should have not been in this constitution. And we should have come out very clearly on if a bill does not concern counties, it should be National Assembly. There was no need even to talk of the 2 speakers to concur, to talk, to agree, to sweet talk each other, seduce each other. Really, that was completely unnecessary. But we are where we are, Mr. Speaker, today because of allowing the role of members of parliament to be executed by other players outside the bracket of people's representatives. Because this civil society, they are doing a good job. But they're supposed to just hold us accountable, but they cannot come up with a document as important as the Constitution to govern the people of a country, and they have not been elected. So they are speaking for who? They are supposed to hold us to account. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me just say something quickly on this matter. The 23 laws, it shocks me that the court can pronounce itself on laws that have been passed and ask that those laws are to be annulled. Mr. Speaker, what the court should have done, in my view, the furthest they could have gone, was to talk about future, going forward to advise that this is the way the 2 houses should relate. That, to me, would have made sense. But going to the extent of even talking of the Appropriation Bill and Appropriation Act, which is very clear. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, I think sometimes the lawyers, before they make judgment, they should also be seeking professional input on certain areas which are not directly legal from the professionals. Because the appropriation, if there is anything that is provided clearly in the Constitution as the function of National Assembly, is the issue of appropriation. And it is clear that the estimates are tabled in National Assembly, they are discussed, the committee seeks public views, the report is done to the House, that report is translated into appropriation bill, which then is passed by National Assembly. How on earth could someone imagine to annul such a process, which is so clear in the Constitution, and insist that even that one, you need to seek opinion of the Senate Speaker, as if you are an idiot, Mr. Speaker. This is clear. You can read it and understand it. And by the way, the Constitution talks to the interpretation of the Constitution should be done in a way that promotes the values of that Constitution. Now, when you come and do the complete opposite, because you are the judge, and that is why those who are opposing ombudsman for judiciary, please change your mind. Stop playing politics. Judiciary also needs someone to oversight them. The legislature, now you can see the judiciary is pronouncing itself on our work. The executive, the judiciary does the same. Parliament is here to oversight the executive. Who oversights this judiciary? Nobody. They think they are law unto themselves. We need somebody where we can also express our frustration. Because now, when we talk, we just talk here and engage with them as a house. But there is no one to check what the judiciary does. So, Mr. Speaker, as I agree with your ruling, I just want to with all due respect to the leader of majority, caution that let's not take any drastic measure that may hurt other players, people who probably are not even party to this process, or what the High Court did. Let us see how best we can deal with this matter. And I think the direction the House Business Committee has taken is the best. Let us appeal it, but Kenyans should engage. We should discuss the powers of the judiciary. And they should know that much as we respect their powers, they should also respect the powers of other arms of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, honour members, I can see a number of you want to comment, but let me just say this, honour members, because we've, as House Business Committee, we have taken a position that we appeal that judgment. Maybe we just live with that. But just to remind the House that in the last Parliament, there was a bill proposed by the Honorable Peter Kaluma, which was seeking to amend some of the aspects of Article 165 of the Constitution with regard to the powers of the High Court. Of course, it was actually passed by this House, 2/3. But as happens normally, it found its Waterloo on the other side. It never saw the light of day. But I think more importantly, the lessons to learn from this is we have several other decisions of the High Court clearly saying that the provisions of Article 110(3) requiring the speakers of the two houses to resolve any issue. In fact, it's not about concurrence. I'm surprised the judges were talking about concurrence. The ones used, and we have used those same ones in our standing order 121. Speakers shall resolve any issue, any question. And other judges have interpreted that to say a question must therefore arise. An Appropriations Act that's correctly pointed out by both the Honorable Kimunya and Honorable John Bandi is a bill dealing with authority to withdraw money from the consolidated fund to pay for services in all other national state organs. Because the county assemblies always do their own appropriations bills to authorize expenditure from the county revenue funds. A finance bill is a bill that doesn't concern counties. And Article 109, Clause 3 is very clear. Bills which do not concern counties are to be passed only in the National Assembly after which they are sent for assent. I mean, that is a constitution. We are not making it. And that's why several judges in the past have said there's no need for concurrence because the bill has come from the National Treasury. It is seeking to raise funds. It's seeking to have money withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund to fund all arms of government at the national level, including constitutional commissions and other independent offices, including that of the Auditor General. Now, surely those are not, there's nothing that touches the functions of county governments. The bills concerning county governments have been clearly defined in Article 110, Clause 1, that there are bills which touch on the election of county speakers and the county members of the county assemblies, or a bill which is referred to in Chapter 12, which is a public finance chapter. More specifically, indeed, 217 and 218. Those are the bills which would concern counties. But a bill to provide for cybercrime, in fact, the Court of Appeal itself has, when that law was taken there for challenge, the Court of Appeal said this does not concern counties. And it is constitutional. The way it has been passed by the National Assembly is proper. So I don't understand whether the three judges who are now sitting on appeal on that other judgment of their superiors. So I know the House-Based Committee has considered this matter. I'm sure sense will prevail. But I think, more importantly, in my view, I think the point at which interpretation of the Constitution is to be placed is a matter that, going forward as a country, we ought to be very careful. It can't be one judge here, another one there, another. Then you collect those ones from the outer stations, you bring them. You know, they have been dealing with very other small matters of pregnancy compensation and things like those. So you bring the matters of constitution interpretation, it becomes very complex because they are dealing with other smaller issues out there. So you congregate them into Nairobi, the city becomes very complex also. I think as a country, in order to provide uniformity, we need to be very careful. And that was the import, part of the reason of the amendment proposed by the Honorable Kaluma in the last parliament. We need to have this thing for uniformity, so that once the interpretation has been given, once it has been given, it binds everybody. It is with finality. But now you get one saying this way, another one saying the other one, another. Now, there is total confusion on interpretation of same provisions of the Constitution. But I'm saying this because, honourable members, I'm aware that many of you are congregating somewhere over the weekend. I think this is a matter that you need to address. The powers of the High Court as provided for in Article 165, even the power to interfere with the processes, consideration for which has been given in the Constitution. If a committee of a House of Parliament, for instance, is seized of a matter, how is it that now somebody else will rush to court and say, stop? I mean, this thing, those are matters that need to allow the process to end. If somebody is not happy, is aggrieved by the decision, then you can seek remedies in the judiciary. But this thing, a petition has been brought. The Constitution says any member, any person can petition Parliament. But then a person brings a petition and then somebody else goes to court. Stop. Now, what is what? This confusion, we need to clear it once and for all, honourable members. So I'm just saying this, because I think it is important that we have clarity. And if we could get some place where, once the decision is made at that high level, because in any event, a bill, an act of parliament, for it to become an act of parliament, a lot of effort has gone into it. A lot of research work has gone into it, both from the executive, from the members of parliament here. Surely, to expect that just one single fellow comes and starts saying, no, it's not, surely, that is also not respecting the committee of the arms of government. We should think about where to place that power. Very well. Member for Muranga, you want not on this?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the same matter, if you allow me.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when I was listening to this communication, I was wondering then whether we are going to do any business in this House, because the judgment changes how the National Assembly will be conducting its role, and we know our role clearly is on legislation. And Mr. Speaker, we know that all bills must not be subjected to concurrence as per the provision of Article 110(3) of the Constitution, which may delay the legislative process. We know already we wasted a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, in this nation because of COVID. And so these are some of the judgments that are necessary at this time, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, the judgment does not allow to address the situation whereby the two speakers of the houses failed to reach an agreement. And this may lead to a bill dying before it has even gotten a chance to be deliberated on, and further it will curtail a legislative power of Parliament bestowed by it by Article 109 of the Constitution. Again, I see this judgment, Mr. Speaker, ignoring the express provision of the Constitution by allowing Senate to originate money bill, which is contrary to Article 109(5) of the Constitution, and which also provides that a money bill may only originate in this House, Mr. Speaker. Further, I also see this judgment also ignoring provisions of Article 114(2) of the Constitution, which gives you, Mr. Speaker, as the Speaker of this House, the role of forming an opinion on whether a motion makes provision for a matter listed as a money bill. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, an amendment of the Constitution by judicial proclamation, which has not been provided for under Chapter 16 of the Constitution on how to amend the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. If you look at Article 259(1)(a) of the Constitution, it provides that the Constitution shall be interpreted in a manner that promotes its purpose, values, and principles. And so in this regard, despite that the provision of Article 110(3) of the Constitution, the judgment should have separated the disputed legislation between those concerning county governments and those that do not have any nullification, only nullification those that concern, and only nullify those concern the county government. And a repeat of the legislation process would not convert a bill that does not concern county government to one that concerns county government. This will only lead to wastage of public resources, Mr. Speaker. And so the Senate has admitted, Mr. Speaker, before, in a report of a select committee on constitution and legal review, that it has a restrictive legislative role which regards to approval of the person for appointment to public and state offices. However, having admitted this, there was no basis of challenging legislation such as the National Cohesion and Integration Amendment Act 2019, whose main focus, Mr. Speaker, was the appointment of the commissioners to the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the cross petition filed by the National Assembly was dismissed on the grounds that it was filed to obfuscate the fundamental issues raised in the petition. The landed judges, Mr. Speaker, should have used the same criteria that used in the finding that the advocate or the first to fourth petitioners were properly in record despite not filing a notice of appointment, and they considered the substance of the cross petition as opposed to the procedure and other side issues. I want to say again, and I have heard people saying, Mr. Speaker, I think we need the BBI for sure so that we have somewhere where people can go and complain about the judiciary. And for sure, Mr. Speaker, this House is independent. We have many things that Kenyans are looking for. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that between yourself and the colleague, the Speaker of the Senate, can find it, in a way that you can be able to handle. This is Parliament. It is one House. How do we run to the judiciary when there are simple things that we can agree or agree to disagree, Mr. Speaker? For me, from where I stand, I see it as a waste of public resources. Even if you are going to appeal, Mr. Speaker, we are still using public resources. And I think Kenyans need this money more than before. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that as we even look at the BBI and other issues that are coming on, we must look at the Constitution and see where we are going to get the clarity in terms of the work of the Senate, in terms of the work of National Assembly. So as one House, as a House of Parliament, we'll avoid these fights and wastage of resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, more importantly is that quite apart from those challenges, as members of Parliament, you assist with the power to make and unmake laws. So if you are not happy about any law, you can always move for it to be repealed or delete any particular clauses that you are not happy with, rather than running up around there looking for people to interpret it for you. You are a member of parliament, whether in this house or in the other house, so you can always move for an amendment after 6 months. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Tigani East. Honorable Kabeabea.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask a question on electricity on behalf of my bosses, who are the great people of Tigani East. And I rise to ask the question number 299 of 2020, which is directed to the Cabinet Secretary of Energy. And now the question goes: could the Cabinet Secretary explain the progress of electricity connectivity to all primary and secondary schools in Tigania East constituency, and how many schools are yet to be connected, noting the government's policy of ensuring that all public learning institutions are connected to electricity. Electricity is a question. And then question part 2 says, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide the list of all primary and secondary schools with electricity connection in the same constituency? And then part 3 goes and says, could the Cabinet Secretary also provide specific timelines within which the ministry intends to ensure that all public schools in Tigania East constituency are connected to electricity? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Next question is by the member for Nakuru Town East. He has written to request that the member for Nakuru West, is it Honorable Arama, is to ask the question on his behalf. Honorable Arama? You have a card? Touch the intervention button, please. Yes. That's the member for Narok East. No, he said, is it you? It was you. Very well, Honorable Aramat. I said, I'm not able to give you the, what is the problem? Maybe you could stop touching the button so that we can. Honorable Aramat, you had been given the mic, but I think your fingers are very mobile.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm acting on behalf of David Kikaria, MP for Nakuru Town East. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that most elderly persons who are age 70 and above, and who the Cabinet Secretary for Health. Is the Cabinet Secretary aware that most elderly persons who are age 70 and above and who holds valid NHIF cards are denied access to health services by hospitals due to government continual failure to remit their premiums and settle bills? 2, what is the current policy for those whose data was not captured during the registration exercise? 3, what measures is the ministry putting in place to address the issues of non-remittance of funds for elderly persons to the NHIF account so as to facilitate their access to the much-needed health care services? Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. The question will be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Health. The next question is by the member for Lamu, Honorable Captain Rueda. Captain Rueda Obo. The mic is there. Or you prefer somewhere which is more visible?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 279, 2020, to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. When does the ministry intend to have the construction of Bajumali seawall in Lamu County, which has stalled despite having been funded, resume? 2. Why is the construction abandoned? 2. Why has the contractor abandoned the site without meeting his construction obligation, and could the ministry consider engaging a new contractor? 3. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of projects and the funds allocated for the construction seawalls in Lamu County, including the Bajumali seawall project, indicating funds allocated on each project, the names of the contractors, and the amount paid to them from the year 2010 to date? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question to be replied to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Sigowet Soin. Koros, Honorable Koros, please. Give him the mic from where he is. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 281 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. 1. Would the Cabinet Secretary explain the rationale under which payments of historical pending claims was arrived at by the State Department of Correctional Services? 2nd, Mr. Speaker, why did the ministry decide to categorize the historical pending claims into regions, yet the claimants transacted business leading to the outstanding debts without any geographical considerations? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of financial institutions which loaned the claimants on the assurance of payment, and what steps has the ministry undertaken to cushion against accruing interest on the loans secured by the suppliers? 4th, what measures has the ministry put in place to avert instances of delayed and non-payment of claims, and when does the ministry plan to settle all the pending bills? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Thanks, Honorable Koros. Question will be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm also requesting for your indulgence to raise some concern about this question, Mr. Speaker. I think in most instances, Mr. Speaker, we have been experiencing a lot of problems also with the CSS who don't want to appear in these committees. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we also need your guidance on CSS who like giving a lot of excuses and sending their PSS and CS. What's the way forward, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Well, I think the chairs of committees they understand the standing orders. There's no CS who is allowed to give excuses. So if there are those ones, then you need to raise the matters with the committee during the hearing, so that the matter can then be addressed and if need to be escalated. If people don't appear, you can still have them summoned properly, not just invitations. So I hope the question will be responded to. Let's get to the next question by the member for Lamu West, Honorable Mudama. What is the problem? What is the problem? What is the problem now? Proceed.
Thank you. I raise to ask question number 286/2020 to the Cabinet Secretary, Tourism and Wildlife. Question 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all persons who have lost their lives or have been injured due to human traffic wildlife in Lamu West constituency since the year 2017 and the status of compensation for the families affected or injured? Question 2. What steps have the ministry taken to strengthen the newly established Community Wildlife Conservation Committees, that is CWCCs, considering the challenges of funding, coordination, and communication on compensation matters? Question 3. What plans does the ministry have to avert the increasing incidences of human-wildlife conflict in Lamu West constituency, given that most wildlife in this region reside outside the gazetted and protected areas, including the long-term solution to address numerous cases of snake bites, especially around the Manda Island, Hindi, Barigoni, Witu, Tewe in Bahari Ward, and Lekiamu also in Bahari Ward. Thank you.
Well, the question will be responded to before the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next question by the member for Malava, Honorable Malulu Ijedi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked to ask question number 290 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Question 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why most local flights in the country are operating on full carrying capacity without observing the COVID-19 protocols, whereas public service vehicles are strictly observing the protocols? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the statistics of passengers on local flights of Kenya Airways from the time they resumed flights during the COVID-19 pandemic, indicating the carrying capacity and the actual number of passengers on board during each flight? Number 3, what measures have been put in place to ensure that all local flights, all local airlines adhere to and observe the COVID-19 protocols at all times? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question to be responded to before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Teso North, Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 294 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Roman 1, when will the construction of the parking lanes on Road A104, Northern Corridor at Malaba area, which serves Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and Eastern DRC, start? Roman number 2, what plans does the ministry have, if any, to fast-track the commencement of the project, considering that there are a lot of challenges which are experienced by the motorists on that road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
To be responded before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Baringo Central, Honorable Kandie.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to ask question number 300 of 2020, and this goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Sports, Culture, and the Arts. 1, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that the construction of Kapkiai Athletics Camp in Baringo Central constituency that was funded by national government for up to 60% has stalled since 2010? 2, what measures is the Cabinet Secretary undertaking to ensure that the project is fully funded and completed, considering that it will serve as training camp for both local and international athletics, therefore generating the much needed revenue and boost to economy to the surrounding community? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture, and Tourism. Next question by the member for Soy, Honorable Kostani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 301 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary of Interior and National Government, Coordination of National Government. Roman 1, provide the total number of gazetted and non-gazetted police roadblocks across the country. And number 2, Mr. Speaker, to outline why non-gazetted police roadblocks are allowed to operate. Mr. Speaker, if you may just allow me to add on this, is that driving from here to Eldoret, you have, I counted the other day, Mr. Speaker, 14 roadblocks between Nairobi, from Kangemi up to Nakuru. I've just been consulting with my friend here from Limuru, and he passes about 6 in order to get to Limuru. Mr. Speaker, I think it is a matter of concern that citizens are suffering, and most of these roadblocks, you find that they only stop matatus and check nothing. There's a handshake, and the matatu is allowed to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
They just do a handshake.
They just do a handshake.
The question will be responded to, including the handshake, before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Last question by the member for Mumias East, Honorable Washiali Jomo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order number 42A, Sub-Article 5, I rise to ask question number 302 to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock. Roman 1, what specific mechanisms has the ministry put in place to ensure that the receiver manager of Mumias Sugar Company is operating within the set guidelines and regulations, considering that the government owns majority of shares in the company? Roman 2, how much revenue has the receiver manager generated from the sale of ethanol, scrap metal, and any other revenue sources since the takeover by the receiver management the receivership management, and how have the funds been utilized? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, to be replied before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. We have a second segment. Is there a statement? Member for Gilgil, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I've been trying to catch your eye through a point of intervention, and I wanted to point out something about what Honorable Koros said in terms of our questions to the CSs. I would give you an example. 3 months ago, I asked a question to the health CS, and today they sent a written response to say that that question does not fall under them. Mr. Speaker, I would need to get your guidance, because that felt to me like an insult to the intelligence of your wisdom to this House, because you referred that question knowingly where it should go. So why did they take 3 months to actually respond like that? And Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge because this session is getting to a close. That question was about COVID-19 funds utilization. 3 months later, they say it is not in their mandate. So what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Because I feel like the CSs are also taking this House for granted, not only the committees, but also the leadership that is led by you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The only unfortunate bit is that I am not seized of both the question and the answer. So I may not be able to respond unless we now refer it to the chair of the committee to respond, because I don't know what the question is about, so I have really no details about it. Honorable Chege, Wajiru Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by Honorable Mother, it's on a question that was raised and addressed to a CS Health. And these questions on the matters of utilization of the COVID fund money that was done by the KEPSHA, which is the organization of the private sector. And that is what the ministry responded to, say that that is not their mandate. And that was the private sector raising funds to be able to help Kenya at the COVID times. And so they say they have no answer for how the money has been utilized unless we contact KEPSHA directly. Mr. Speaker, but the issue that was raised, I think, by Honorable Koros on the attendance of the CSs, it happened even today within my committee where we had invited the CS, and we have many questions where they sent the CS to attend, and they said the CS was in Mombasa in another meeting. But what really was disappointing, Mr. Speaker, is that even the statements that were brought by the CAS, they were meant to be signed by the PS who had not signed, and another officer, junior officer, had signed 4. So even the person who was to present, the CAS was presenting a statement signed by a junior officer for the PS and not even owned. The statements were not even owned by the CS. And at that point, I think we have done now 2 or 3 times where officers have come and members have really felt that the ministry has not treated the committee fairly, and they have actually disregarded the invitation. And today we had to ask the CAS to go back, and we requested that we have the CS Health coming. With the COVID times, Mr. Speaker, and you know the COVID is rising, we expected as a committee that the CS or even the ministry, even if the CS was not to be available, they said he was in Mombasa, but they would have carried, even the answering of the question with a bit of some, let me say, decency, Mr. Speaker, where we cannot just have a CS coming to read a statement that she doesn't own, that has been signed by a junior officer and presented to the committee. Surely, Mr. Speaker, I think you need to give us a direction and directive on how, as chairs, we should be handling those matters. If the CS is totally not available, is it the PS or the CS to appear, or how should we as a committee treat such a matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It may well be that the answer could come from any of those people, but a statement purporting to give an answer must be owned by the cabinet secretary. If they are going to, if those statements are meant to be tabled before Parliament through its committees, because we don't know those other other functionaries, and who knows them? So you need to get the cabinet secretary to own any statement, any answer, even if it's going to be read by the what do you call those others? C something, CAS. You know, yeah, and I'm sure the Honorable John Bandy will tell you that he answered several questions, but he never assigned them. So, and that should, we cannot go below that. We must remain with that as a standard. And if any cabinet secretary is not appearing, and the committee has reasonable grounds to believe that the cabinet secretary is deliberately failing, neglecting, and or refusing to appear, then proceed to use follow the standing orders. We'll get them here for you. We'll get them here, so that we don't want to get members. Members are not asking questions for any part. It is in their representative role, and therefore it is wrong for any government functionary to assume that they can just decide to ignore Parliament. We shouldn't. And we see them appearing in other places where before people who have no oversight authority over them, you know. So you must appear. You are the people who exercise oversight over them. Hmm? Yeah, just look at that 95. Remember for Nyando, what is you appear to be burning with something.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is true that the cabinet secretaries we have in this country treat this House quite disdainfully. And we think that something needs to happen. And I remember in one of your rulings a while back, you talked about censure, which is our mandate in this House. And as you have correctly said, we don't just ask these questions for the sake of it. We ask them on behalf of the people that we represent. It is quite interesting how they mellow when they appear before us to be given those jobs. But immediately they assume the jobs, they discard everything about this parliament. And that is why we are saying, if we have a window to have this corrected, as is being proposed in BBI, so that we have them here with us. And if questions shall arise, they ask right here and then. And my brother, Honorable Mbadi, has clearly said that at some point he was answering questions on behalf of the Prime Minister in the last Parliament. These are the things that we need to have. I have put questions before this House that went before relevant committees. Up to now, some of them going up to 4 months, I haven't received my answers. It would be very different if we have those cabinet secretaries appearing in this House, and that is why it is a travesty for anyone trying to fight BBI at this point in time when an amicable solution has been presented to us. Let us seize the moment and run away with it. I thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Fatuma Gedi.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And Speaker, this matter is very serious. And many times, it even exposes the chairs and vice chairs of departmental committees, Speaker. And this is the frustration that every chairs and vice chairs have. And I sympathize with my sister, Honorable Sabina. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's high time you give a ruling on this matter, because ministers think that they are too full of themselves, Mr. Speaker, and they have no regards for committees. And we have many committees that without giving a clear reasons, they don't come to committees, Mr. Speaker. So we are even frustrated. At times we don't even know how to move and work in our committees, Mr. Speaker. This matter is very serious. I think it needs your guidance. Thank you.
Well, but I think every case should be dealt on its own peculiar circumstances, isn't it? so that we don't make a blanket condemnation. But we have suggested to them that if they didn't are serious, they should have liaison offices, always every morning liaising with Parliament to know what is it that is coming that touches on their ministries. You know, because unless they have that, they will never be available to respond to questions, and that perhaps may explain why there's so much disconnect. Honorable Chanda, you have something you want to say? An intervention?
In a very short way, Mr. Speaker, basically on the subject that we're discussing, in as much as we're talking about this casualness in terms of how CSS responds to some of our questions, I think that the problem is the whole idea that all these things that they bring ends up at the committee level. I think this is where there's one of the biggest problems. So that they are not seen in the full glamour, they're not seen, they're not responding sometimes because of the media and all that kind of stuff. So a lot more questions end up at that level with the manner, the casual manner, the way they present them, it ends at that level, meaning that a member has again to follow. If you're not satisfied, you have either to follow the CSS back to the ministries and stuff like that. I think that's where there's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. At this point that we are looking at, the point that when we are looking at our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, I think we really need to revisit this area, where our committee of implementation really need also to pick up all these matters that the CSS are appearing before the committees as areas that they need to follow for purposes of making sure that at least whatever CSS promise actually works. Otherwise, there's a lot that we are doing, Mr. Speaker, that are in vain if we are not careful.
Yes, because if a cabinet secretary gives an undertaking, either in response to a question or into a statement, then that's thereafter that a matter that now falls under the committee on implementation to pursue. Member for Saudi Menti.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to weep because we feel frustrated by the executive, Mr. Speaker, that we are supposed to oversight as this House. Mr. Speaker, I raised a question here 3 months ago of a bridge that was swept by the floods in May. The two ones are still disconnected because the bridge was swept completely on a tarmac. Mr. Speaker, up to now, I tried to follow up this matter with the Committee on Transport, but the clerk told me I checked my question in the room 7 upstairs, the table office. Mr. Speaker, because we thought when we raise these questions, it's an opportunity for the CSs or the PS to come before us, before that committee, and then they invite me so that I can ventilate and make them understand the problem that my people are having. Mr. Speaker, I remember last time, because you know we have a member here, the majority leader, who is supposed to ring the executive and the legislature, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think these CSs or the CSs have relaxed the last few months. And I want to ask the majority leader to rein on these officers. When Honorable Duale was around, he used to summon them, even calling them physically in our presence when we went to ask him why they are not appearing in his office. So I wanted to ask Honorable Kemunya, the majority leader, to take that responsibility seriously and make sure that we oversight, we do our mandate, we execute our mandate to the best of our ability, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Now, you said you want to join in lamentation. Now, let me see. I hope this one is, the member for Kwanza doesn't lament.
No, I will not lament, Mr. Speaker. As an old member of this House, if it's a question to a particular ministry, and for some reason, Mr. Speaker, we give allowance, the minister maybe is engaged, he puts the reply in writing and writes to the committee in writing that so-and-so is going to represent me. That is acceptable. But where a minister doesn't even say anything, and you see a CS coming or a permanent secretary coming, What the committee does is just to send them away. And then, of course, the second time, if give you a second time chance, and it doesn't come, then we have to sanction that particular minister. I think that's the only way. Thank you.
Absolutely. Member for Baringo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I also want to, as the Vice Chair for Energy Committee, reiterate and say, Chair, Speaker, that I've today noticed also that answers that are given to members on Tuesday have a lot of excuses because we are told the cabinet ministers are having a cabinet meeting and puts us in a very precarious situation. Speaker, I don't know, because that is their day of meeting and they are making progress on other things. Could it be ruled, could you consider ruling that maybe answers that are given by CSS to be done on another day so that at least our members can get this answer directly from the CSS? Because at times even members refuse to really take answers because they are not comfortable and they need real-time answers that can come from the cabinet secretaries. So it's a challenge, and we thank God because I think it's timely that we are having now BBI in place where it's considering that ministers should come from this house so that we can handle our things within and we are not struggling to meet the cabinet secretaries like we are doing now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Well, perhaps you could raise that with regard to the motion appearing as business order number 8. Member for Ndiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Failing to appear is one thing, but also sending to the committees answers that lack substances. Mr. Speaker, like today, as my chair has just said, this year we have sent his people 3 times, and it does not seem to be learning any lesson from that. Now, my question is, when it comes to answers which are substandard, at what point do we tell the members who originated those questions? Because, like today, about 4 of them say no. This is literature review or cut and paste, meaning that the departments that were involved in that question were not even given direction to research on what we are looking for. So, when we receive the questions, the answers for the questions, do we alert members to go through them, or do we call those members to reject them when the CS are there? At what point do we determine this is of substance so that members are not?
But the member who asked the question must be present. That's the first rule. The member who asked the question should be present, and ordinarily would be, even in the former system, would be the first one to get a shot as the first supplementary in response to an answer given, so that it's the member who will even be able to draw the attention of the chairperson that this answer is not adequate. It does not address the issue that I sought to be addressed. And if the chairperson is also persuaded, convinced, the chairperson, and I've said it so many times, time without number, that the chairperson is at liberty. If you think that indeed what has been given is substandard, does not meet the basic threshold of a response, and the member asking the question is showing the rest of the membership that indeed the answer is not doesn't satisfy, the chair is at liberty to set back, kick out that cabinet secretary or whoever it is, tell them to go and come bring something that is sensible. But what I don't understand is that most chairs have become so meek in the presence of cabinet secretaries. I think when you see them and start laughing, smiling at them, that's how you can't get good answers. You have no business smiling. They are coming to do business. Yes. And if a member is saying this answer is not satisfactory, you, as a chairperson, you have a duty to ensure that what is brought, what is tabled is an answer, even you yourself, you can feel that it makes sense. It may not 100% satisfy what the member may have been asking, but there should be really some threshold that, and it's not, there's no way you are going to learn this. You must exercise that discretion as a chairperson. You can be able to tell this is really not, doesn't add up. And like what Honorable, Martin is saying, cutting things which are cut and pasted from this and the other. I mean, those are the things, those are the kind of things you should just pick and throw back and tell them, go and bring an answer that even reflects, even without knowing the actual basics, what is the question? The question will be able to direct whether the answer being given really addresses the issues. So, Member von Diwa, I think it is the chairperson's hearing. It's the chairpersons who must rise to the occasion to serve members. The chairpersons, the vice chairpersons, don't just laugh at people because they come showing their funny teeth. No. You are in business, serious business. So, chairperson, vice chairperson, please exercise your mandate. Exercise your mandate. Honorable Sabina Chege, Honorable Mwadhi, Honorable Jesire, Honorable Fatuma Gedi, exercise your mandate. Don't allow people to, when they come and they walk away and feel that they will just come here and eat mandazi with you and have tea. It's not right. You can invite people for mandazi when they have answered questions, but not before. Before, you must do business. Honorable Mwadhi, I was just saying that as an example, not that I have anything against what you may have done. Nobody has complained about what you do. I know you are very firm. Yeah, we work together in the Committee on Privileges. Let's take the next one.
Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 97-1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House of February 18, 2020, the House further orders that during the sittings of the House of November the 3rd, 2020, up to and including December the 3rd, 2020, each speech in debate or on bills, motions, including the special motions, session papers, committee reports, shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 5 minutes for any other leader speaking except for the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee in that order. Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly routine motion that we do to just set up the parameters for the times that people will be allowed to do business, at least within the next 1 month. I would wish members to support, and I want to ask the leader of the minority to second.
Honorable Mbadi.
Mr. Speaker, this is so straightforward and is something that we are not doing for the first time. It's actually a procedural motion. I don't want to talk much on it, and I think it's basically to help as many members as possible to contribute to debates in this House, given our numbers, and I second.
Members, I propose the question. This one, I think, has been away for a long time. Is that the Honorable Joyce Coril? Yes. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97, subsection 1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House of February 18, 2020, This House further orders that during the sittings of the House of November 3, 2020, up to and including December 3, 2020, each speech in debate on bills, motions, including special motions, sessional papers, and committee reports shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 5 minutes for any other member speaking, except for the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, in that order. I put the question. Honorable Joyce, I think you can take a seat now. Member for Bomet County. Very well, honorable members, I put the question that that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 97, subsection 1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House on February 18, 2020, and the House further orders that during the sittings of the House of November 3, 2020, and up to and including December 3, 2020, each speech in debate on bills, motions, including special motions, sessional papers, and committee reports shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in reply, and a maximum of 5 minutes for any other member speaking, except for the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party and the chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and that priority in speaking be according to the leader of the majority party, the leader of the minority party, and the chairperson of the relevant committee, in that order. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But just to also point out, honourable members, notwithstanding this resolution, in appropriate cases where whoever is on the chair feels that a particular member has more staff that, or more material to over on any particular bill, they may be given extra or additional time. That's a practice the world over. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, alteration of the calendar.
Leader of majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 28.4 and taking cognizance of the rise in the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the 4th session, that's the regular sessions, as amended on September the 8th, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period November 3rd to December 3rd. One, that the House will hold afternoon sittings on Tuesdays, commencing at 2:30 p.m., and on the morning and afternoon sittings on Thursdays, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively, and that with effect from tomorrow, November the 4th, 2020, the sittings of the House of Wednesdays, both morning and afternoon, shall stand suspended, and that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Number 43, on Thursday mornings, business not sponsored by the majority, the minority party, or a committee shall have precedence over all other business in such order as the House Business Committee shall determine. Again, Honorable Speaker, this is after deliberations within the House Business Committee to continue the same pattern we had adopted in the last session, where we meet on Tuesday, which is basically the scheduled day as per the calendar. We skip Wednesday to allow for fumigations and cleaning up of the house, and then reconvene on Thursday mornings and afternoons. So we have 3 sittings, but with 1 sitting dedicated specifically for private members' business, which is Thursday morning. Again, it's limiting our time, limiting the actual productive time we have. But we all know, should the business require more time, I'm sure members will be willing to add the sitting hours or even have another session. But the spacing is mainly to accord with the health protocols. It's something we've done before, and we'll be monitoring to see whether, because of the only 1 month, and there's so many bills to be done before we go on the long recess, whether this might even have to be shifted. But when we get to that bridge, we'll come to you, members. So I ask for your support and ask, once again, the Leader of the Minority to second.
Leader of the Minority.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a procedural motion, but just for clarity, as the Leader of Majority has said, we've just suspended the sittings of Wednesday morning and afternoon, but in the place of those 2 sittings, we have introduced 1 extra sitting on Thursday morning. So basically we'll be losing 1 sitting per week, but it's understandable, Mr. Speaker, because we thought that at this time, probably cases of COVID would be on the downward trend. Unfortunately, the past few weeks have not been encouraging, and so as a House, we still need to take precaution. But again, on Thursday mornings, because of the private members' bills and motions, that day has substituted or replaced the Wednesday morning sittings. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this is not the first time we are doing this. I think this is probably the 3rd time we are bringing this procedural motion in this House. I just urge members to approve so that between now and December, we monitor the situation. When we come back in February, I'm very hopeful that things will be totally different and probably will resume our regular sittings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Honorable Koros, there must be a question must be proposed first. So I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28, subsection 4, and taking cognizance of the rise in the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the 4th session, dealing with regular sessions, as amended on September 8, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period November 3 to December 3, 2020. A, that the House will hold Roman 1 afternoon sittings on Tuesdays commencing at 2:30 p.m. and Roman 2 morning and afternoon sittings on Thursdays commencing at 10 a.m. and at 2:30 p.m. respectively. B, that with effect from November 4th, 2020, the sittings of the House of Wednesdays morning and afternoon stand suspended. And C, that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order number 40, subsection 3, Thursday mornings, business not sponsored by the majority, the minority, or a committee shall have precedence over all other businesses in such order as the House Business Committee shall determine. I saw the Honorable Koros wanted to say something. Member for Sigoit-Soin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add on what my minority leader was saying, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I think we have a concern also as members of parliament during these pandemics, Mr. Speaker. I wish the relevant individuals who are in charge of our medical cover, Mr. Speaker, could bring the guys who have been doing testing for us outside here, so that it's good when we interact here, Mr. Speaker, we also know of our status. We could be...
Sorry, what are you saying, Honorable Koros?
I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it's good as if our medical team here in the National Assembly can organize for us a team who can organize for testing for COVID, Mr. Speaker. It's good when we are here, we know, it's good we know our status as members of parliament. Yeah, we can say regular testing, Mr. Speaker.
Our regular, maybe could get some. You see, Honorable Koros, we have provided as a Parliamentary Service Commission for any member desiring to go for test can always access. But I hear what you're suggesting is something. It's good. It's good. I know what you are saying is not outlandish at all. It makes a lot of sense. It may make sense for us to know who is. And you see, there's no stigma because this virus sometimes is all over. Dr. Nyikal will tell us it is all over. So there is no stigma. But so that if you get infected, don't just hide and start mingling with your colleagues here. Just self-isolate. But you see, we are not getting that kind of. That's why I have sympathy with what the Honorable Koros is saying. Who is that now? It's very difficult. It's very difficult with them. Is that Honorable Ogutu? I see.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to add to what Honorable Koros has said. I happen to have had a patient this morning, and looking at the queues that are now growing in the hospitals, I think it could be in order if Parliament can arrange for us to have quick services and especially within the premises, especially for members who suspect or who fear that they need to be checked. Mr. Speaker, that is my humble request. I submit.
You say the patient services?
Yes. No. Testing.
Testing?
Yeah.
I see. Member for Nambale, Sakwa Bunyasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a brief comment on what the majority leader has just said in respect of the variation in the calendar. Personally, I don't think that Corona is going to go away anytime in the next year. Given the nature of its reproduction, I don't see it being cut and us going back to normality. So I was wondering whether the question, other than proposing how we shall now proceed, whether it's feasible to say, what's the burden of work that we've got, and what would it take to deliver that burden? And then to work back and see the implications for the kind of calendar we should have. Because as it is, I see a proposal of going forward in a linear way, but I worry that we may end up with a big bulge that we shall never be able to cover really, particularly in the next heady days, judging by the kind of agenda that I'm told was discussed in Naivasha. I wasn't invited, but that may be quite heavy. So why don't we pose the question, how do we deal with this? What kind of effort should we put in? And then begin to juggle the calendar to work with ours from that point of view. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Cheriot, you want to say something also? Or Honorable Sabina Chege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to support my colleagues here on the issue of testing. Maybe you asked Honorable Koros how many times he suggests. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, maybe once we go for a long recess and come back, it is important for members to be tested. And just to encourage my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, as a chair of health, I think it would be important if also honorable members of this House would disclose if they have COVID. And this would fight the stigma that was there initially. Mr. Speaker, it would be unfair if somebody gets COVID and comes and interacts with their colleagues and they don't know, and then, just because they feel that they're going to have stigma. I think where we have gotten with COVID, we have seen even prime ministers in other countries, we have seen senior government officials coming out and say they have COVID. Mr. Speaker, this is not a sexually transmitted disease. Really, it is airborne, it's a virus. It's nothing to hide about. And the worst part is, Mr. Speaker, every time we go to the weekends, we are interacting with our people. Mr. Speaker, we are going to the churches. I have attended a funeral, Mr. Speaker, of a principal, where initially it was not disclosed the person had COVID, and then now the family have tested positive. And you see, it is important, not only even for these members of parliament, I even want to encourage the public. If anyone gets positive, just share it with people. And I think by now, almost all of us know somebody who has been affected or a family that has been affected by COVID. It is no longer a fallacy where people are saying COVID is not real. It is real, it is here with us, and the only way we can be able to protect each other, even to protect ourselves, is coming out fully and disclosing. If we lead as members of this House to disclose our status of COVID, and I know some of my colleagues and today's Mr. Speaker, if they'll be able to come out and speak, and I'm very sure other members, whether they are principals, whether they are clergy, they will come out and speak about it. It is not right when we try to hide. And I have said COVID is real. Let us not shy away from it. It is not anybody's mistake. And that's why I use the example of sexually transmitted disease anyway. I don't know whether it's a mistake or not when people are engaging in sex. But Mr. Speaker, all I would want to say is that this is airborne. Anybody can get it. You can get it, I can get it. Let us come out and support and just say out on our status so that we encourage the public, and together we can be able to fight COVID. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now you know you appear to be discussing about COVID now, apparently. The only reason why I'm allowing this is because part of the reason given is the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic. Otherwise, it would otherwise have been a bit not within the parameters. But let me hear from the Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Chair. I know you are referring to the rule of relevance, but I think here the whole reason we are actually looking at the calendar is because of COVID. And Mr. Speaker, as I sit here, I feel sad. We are appealing to people on what they should do, not realizing there are guidelines that are in place. What we should then be asking ourselves and the Ministry of Health, who is ensuring that the guidelines are adhered to? And Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you, this is why as the Committee of Health, we were very concerned. We called the minister last week, the minister didn't come, today we didn't come, because although there was relaxation, people have not gone according to the relaxation. People just actually dropped everything. There were rules, 200 in the funeral, so many in church. So what is the issue here? And we'll take this opportunity. I hope somebody from the ministry is listening. The ministry is letting us down because people are even asking, what do I do if I'm positive? Do I go to work? Wherever you are being tested, if you're positive, it should be clear and it should be you told, now you are positive, 1, 2, 3 is what you are supposed to do. So I think it is important that the ministry goes back and gives guidance and the other arms of the government enforce. There was just relaxation. We didn't drop everything. And we should have adhered to the rules, the guidelines in the new relaxation. Even in restaurants, there were rules that you were supposed to, chairs were supposed to be this, the workers were supposed to be tested and so on. Nothing like that is happening. So that has been actually a problem that the ministry has relaxed on its guidance and the government on its enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I support the motion by the Majority Leader on the process of moving the motions on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I also take the uncle Honorable Koros has taken, Honorable Speaker, in two aspects, Honorable Speaker, because whereas the Parliamentary Service Commission has endeavored to clean the precincts of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, this disease does not find itself in Parliament. Instead, Honorable Speaker, it's likely to be brought through our vehicles, through our aid, through ourselves, as we interact with other people outside, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it's important, Honorable Speaker, that for proper utilization of time and time management, Honorable Speaker, if at all PSC can facilitate in terms of making available that facility just to test both the members and our staff who also might be victims of this pandemic,
Honorable Speaker, it will save us time and we will move forward as a team. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, member for Taita Taveta, is that so?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I also want to agree with my colleagues. It is high time for, Mr. Speaker, for people to start disclosing their status of COVID-19, because I've had in many conversations people saying that they have never seen somebody suffering from COVID and stuff like that, and this makes many people not to believe that this thing is there and it is real and it's killing our people. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm really in support of people start coming out and disclosing their status. Thank you for this opportunity. I support.
Member for Nyando.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you very much. I agree with the majority leader on his proposal that as long as this disease is still with us, we shall continue repositioning our calendar until such a time that it will be crystal clear that the disease will be gone. Mr. Speaker, I remember with nostalgia when this disease firstly erupted and the whole country was laughing at us that we closed as soon as nursery kids closed as members of parliament to be with them at home. But again, you realized how important it is to transact the business of the country through this house, and that is why we have been able to at least stagger our meetings and at the same time control the number of members of parliament attending sessions here. So, Mr. Speaker, that is very, very important because the country has to move forward either way. Mr. Speaker, this is a very harsh indictment on the politicians, and I'm, as a victim, as guilty as charged. Some of us, especially those sitting in the executive wing of government, enjoy very beautiful health packs and health schemes. And when they fall sick, they can quickly be either rushed out of the country or get the best of medication within the borders of this country. And we see how this airborne disease spreads so quickly. But at the same time, you see a huge mammoth of people attending political functions. Mr. Speaker, this makes us look very careless as the Politburo, the political class. And therefore, how do we, in retrospect, look at the benefits of our people? Politics will come and go. And in any event, there is no election this year, and from my recollection, there is no election next year. But how we then put the lives of our people to great jeopardy, just because we would want to be seen on televisions controlling huge crowds, to the detriment of the lives of these innocent people. So I think as politicians, can we step back, reflect further, and retool politically so that we give an opportunity for health experts to firstly run the show. At the end of the day, when everything will be clear, that we can move across the country and visit with our peers, visit our relatives, and compare notes politically, then we can go ahead and do that. But at this point in time, I think the president of this country, together with the prime minister, have made clarion calls that let us, bring down the politics around the country. Let us bring down our movement. Because even as we do this, there are the vulnerable lot, which are our parents. My mother is now 75 years of age. I've not seen her since Corona began because I'm fearing if I infect her, I will live with this guilt forever. So let her get the little money that I send when I get. It is not very usual that I get money, but when I get, I do send. So that at least she's around for a while. And we do not be blamed for having spread this disease in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't usually get.
Now, no, members, I think let's get to business. Let's get to business now. The motion was seconded, but as I said, because the reason behind this rearrangement of the calendar is because of COVID. That's why I have allowed most of the contributions to revolve around COVID. I also wish to say that I thank those members that have come forward and disclosed that they have gone through the cycle of COVID and they are now okay. I am aware of those others who are still, you may not have seen them today because they are doing what is necessary. But you see, it's not for me to say who it is. But just like the chair of health said, there is no stigma in this, about this disease. So if you've come across, you could easily come into contact with the person that has been infected. And it's only fair that you, even in that kind of situation, which does not confirm you as even being infected, but if you have, it is good also to take some precautions, self-isolate for some time until you have been examined, tested. And I think that's why the Honorable Koros was raising that issue of testing. We'll look into it. It's important. But you see, we cannot also just station people here and there's nobody who is going to go for testing. So even when we bring those people to assist us in getting to know how the situation is, we also make use of those facilities so that we become each other's keeper. I put the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28, subsection 4, and taking cognizance of the rise in the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the fourth session, regular sessions, as amended on September 8, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period November 3 to December 3, 2020. A, that the House will hold, Roman 1, afternoon sittings on Tuesdays commencing at 2:30 p.m., and Roman 2, morning and afternoon sittings on Thursdays commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively. B, that with effect from November 4th, 2020, the sittings of the House of Wednesdays, morning and afternoon sittings stand suspended. And C, that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order number 40, subsection 3, on Thursday mornings, business not sponsored by the majority, the minority, or a committee shall take precedence over all other business in such order as the House Business Committee shall determine. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Sorry.
Order number 10, motion, sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on the National Policy on Gender and Development. Resumption of debate.
Honourable members, this motion was moved, and the following members have spoken to it. The mover, the Honourable Peter Mwadhi, the Honourable Koske Kimtai, the Honourable Millie Odhiambo, the Honourable Hulufo Onda, the Honourable Ondege Mboya, the Honourable Tiende Molo, the Honourable Amos Kimunya, the Honourable Ivo Bara, the Honourable Wambugu Munene, Honourable Joshua Kandie as well, and the Honourable Gladwell Jesire. He has spoken to this motion. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this at the back? What is this? she speak? Huh? Yeah. No, you see. Yes, she spoke. Yeah. And so Safura was on the floor. Yeah, according to the records, honourable members, according to the records, the Honourable Gladwell Cheruiyot Jesire spoke, and actually the person who was contributing and just finished is the Honourable Ayub Safula. And at that point, at 16:47, the Honourable Millie Odhiambo rose in her place and claimed that there was no quorum. And that's therefore nobody was on the floor, and anybody can contribute. This is, I think, take Honorable. No. Wanga Nyasuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this policy paper on national gender and development, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when President Obama visited Kenya, the last time he did when he was President of the United States of America, he said that to have a team and only have half of your members play, Mr. Speaker, is the folly of the century. In this country, we have women at 52%, being even more than the men, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore important that both genders have equal participation opportunity in the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, a lot of progress has been made in the gender debate. And as women, we're grateful to the 2010 Constitution, introduction of Article 27, that speaks to ensuring gender equality. Article 81B, Article 100, and these articles within the Constitution that gave rise to the position in which we are today. Mr. Speaker, there's been progressive engagement of women. And today, actually, globally, we stand on the verge of history. And I say this with cautious optimism, that probably the world's most powerful democracy, the United States of America, might end up with the first woman vice president in its history. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not be sleeping tonight waiting, but knowing what happened in 2016, we are expressing cautious optimism. We are optimistic, but we are cautious in our optimism. Mr. Speaker, there are some items that were clearly stipulated in the 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, for example, the rights stipulated in Article 43, which directly engage both genders, but particularly important to women, the right to health, the right to water, the right to housing, Mr. Speaker. And we put them as rights in the Constitution, but we did not have any mechanisms for measuring their implementation. And Mr. Speaker, this is why we are happy to engage in the current debate of the BBI. Because if you look at the BBI report, it then stipulates how will we measure the Article 43 rights. The President in his State of the Nation address, like he will be coming to present here next week, will from after the passing of the BBI have to then state what his government has done in achievement of the Article 43 rights. And I think that is an important question in gender and development. Mr. Speaker, we had in the Constitution the not more than two-thirds gender rule. We've had bills here, we've had struggles here to try and attain it. It has not been easy, Mr. Speaker, because people were asking themselves, who is the state? Mr. Speaker, your own communication questioned who the state is that was now mandated to ensure. You told us a story once, Mr. Speaker, of somebody who said, you people, your government, but us, we are the state. Because you come every 5 years, us, we are the ones who are here throughout. Mr. Speaker, it was not clear how that was going to be attained. If the BBI can then stipulate within the Constitution how to attain the 2/3 gender rule, then that is where our solution lies, Mr. Speaker. And as women, we do not want to be misled or politics to be made in this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a big historic opportunity for women to achieve the 2/3 gender rule, clearly stipulated within the Constitution, so that we will not be looking for it with a torch, where exactly was it. So, Mr. Speaker, that question, the BBI has resolved. It is very clear in all the pages of the BBI. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to proceed by saying, equality of opportunity in decision-making is a very, very important fact for us moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, to have a governor and their deputy of opposite gender, that is bringing both your players to the team, 50-50, bringing everybody onto the team. Mr. Speaker, to have a Senate House that has a 50-50 gender balance, that is bringing both teams to the field so that you can score perfect goals. And that is where Kenya is going, Mr. Speaker. And as we debate this national gender policy, we hope that as we move forward, the question of whether there is 2/3 or not will cease to be there. We will now have the question of the quality of people, men and women, that we bring to perform tasks within this assembly and in all our structures of government. So we hope that this is the last time we have this debate. Kenyans will continue to elect, both genders, so that our field is level. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support this policy. Thank you.
Give me the mic. Sorry, honourable members. If you want to rise in your place, claim about a point of order, just put the intervention button. Otherwise, I'm unlikely to see you. Otherwise, Honourable Professor Odur.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for opportunity to contribute to this motion. Honourable Speaker, indeed, I would like on the onset to indicate that I support sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on the National Policy on Gender and Development. Honourable Speaker, I support this because it is clearly a review of the National Policy on Gender and Development that was, Honourable Speaker, in place in the year 2000. We are aware, Honourable Speaker, that issues that deal with development, and particularly those that seek to ensure that we as a country do not in any way exclude anyone on account of their gender, that policy needs to be reviewed. Honourable Speaker, I support the sessional paper because as we look at it, we see, Honourable Speaker, that the slow pace at which we were achieving the goal of ensuring that when we look at issues of planning, Honourable Speaker, when we look at issues of budgeting, Honourable Speaker, when we look indeed at the manner in which we not only have the capacity that we would require in the respective county and national governments, as well as the necessary attitude change among the populace, then we can see that there was indeed a need to ensure that there is a timely review. I therefore, Honourable Speaker, as I look at this sessional paper, I support it, Honourable Speaker, because we know that when we look at the budget, because, Honourable Speaker, we all say and look at development, that wherever it is that we assign finances, then we know the work will get done. And when we look at the report, Honourable Speaker, we can see that where the State Department of Gender and the ministry within which the State Department is had a budget of had proposed or requested a budget of 500 million, Honorable Speaker, they only got 15 million. And so when we look at the sessional paper, it is indeed important because we can see not only is the sessional paper showing us that because of the lack and the slow pace at which gender issues is being implemented, there needs to be, Honorable Speaker, an acceleration, and approaches that have been identified include, Honorable Speaker, the involvement of men. I noted, Honorable Speaker, that whenever we talk about gender in the August House, Honorable Speaker, we sometimes seem to assume that when we are talking about gender, we are talking about women. And I support this sessional paper because when we look at the sessional paper, Honorable Speaker, we will see that not only is the paper in its review, which is really very appropriate, saying that we need to ensure that we mainstream gender, we integrate it in all planned interventions, we look at treaties, both regional, global, and we in particular look at Kenya Vision 2030 and very relevant areas such as the MDGs. But Honorable Speaker, I am particularly pleased that we are spelling out the involvement of men, and we are therefore also, as we look at it, saying that we would want to build the capacity, not just of institutions, but Honorable Speaker, of the men and women, boys and girls in our country. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I support this sessional paper, would just want to say that one of the things I hope that the committee can consider is that monitoring and evaluation has been identified as a very key area. And Honorable Speaker, one of the challenges that we have experienced is that we have found that as we talked about gender, precisely because of the miscommunication and misunderstanding, there has been a lot of clawbacks. We have seen increasing number of gender-based violence, Honorable Speaker, despite there being legislation in that regard. We have seen a lot of cases, Honorable Speaker, where the young boys seem to think that they are not part of the program, and therefore they have tended to lose their confidence, to in a way not be working as hard. We have seen, Honorable Speaker, when we look at performance in education, that we are happy that the girls are doing well, but Honorable Speaker, it would seem that in some cases the young boys seem to think that this is not something that should be of great concern. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I support, I would like to urge the committee that I consider that an area that we have not really paid attention to is the use of indigenous knowledge, Honorable Speaker, to understand how it is that when we look at those ways, Honorable Speaker, of this is where we are. And this can be done through disaggregation of data. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ogutu Abel.
I begin by supporting this policy framework on gender and development, Mr. Speaker, on a number of grounds. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that by the intelligence of the Almighty, men and women were created. And so were youth, old and the elderly. And I think for the accomplishment of work, but unfortunately, as much as the government works towards that advancement, there are a number of areas that have been acting as obstacles. And I believe this particular sessional paper brings out the challenges and tries to bring in options and solutions to how these challenges can be addressed. The Speaker, I want to say that when you look at various sectors, you will find that certain genders are much more sidelined. You look at education, you will find that the girl child has her own challenges. I know programs like menstruation management programs have been introduced, but Mr. Speaker, these programs, and especially the safety of women, access to health services, especially for women who actually form the foundation of the family, and also access to of legislations, and people with disability, opportunity to contribute to this nation. And I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, maybe they have gone a little bit ahead in terms of policy framework that address gender. So if we embrace this particular sessional paper, then it provides us a forward step in terms of, as a nation, fitting to the regional discourses and
an agenda. Many nations have met the objectives of various aspects of the SDG, but one area that has not been achieved globally is that of gender equality, and that is why this sessional paper is extremely relevant, even as we reflect thoroughly going into the future about the aspects of gender and equality. Honorable Speaker, I wish to bring to the attention of this House Sustainable Development Agenda number 4, target number 5 on education, on gender parity in school. It is still a tall order. It was not achieved in the Education for All goals, which expired in 2015. And in the SDG agenda of 2030, it is still listed as one of the targets that must be achieved. And in the Global Monitoring Report, even within this country, gender parities remain a key issue. And I would like to challenge the honorable women of this National Assembly, particularly with one program to do with the sanitary towels. We have seen this is one item, one program that makes a difference in the lives of the girl child. But we have seen it has been so politicized that even the procurement systems keep rotating from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Gender, and I think the women legislators in this House, you owe that duty to the girl child in the school system to ensure that the procurement system of sanitary towels is foolproof, properly budgeted and targeted.
Order about Susan. What is out of order on about what?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Sosion in...
Order on opposition. Please have your seat. There is a member on a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is it in order for the Honorable Sosion, looking at a sessional paper that clearly speaks to gender and development, to continue to refer to women members of the legislators? Honorable Speaker, we do not have before us any sessional paper on women and development. We have, Honorable Speaker, a sessional paper on gender and development. Honorable Speaker, gender is men and women. Is it in order, Honorable Speaker?
On about what? I didn't get it. Is he offending anything? By referring, I thought he didn't refer that in a sort of negative way. But anyway,
Honorable Speaker.
You must be advised. I'm sure you have been advised by the professor.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. As a diligent teacher, I accept that humble and honorable correction. And we are talking about gender and development. We are not, when we talk of gender, we know it's not only men and women. And therefore, I proceed to make my comments on this motion, Honorable Speaker. And I was urging the honorable members of parliament, the women representatives in this National Assembly, and all of us, it is time we take seriously the welfare of the girl child in our education system. It will be futile to pass a bill while practically in the most immediate environments and obligation and responsibilities within us, we see certain issues that are not working right. Honorable Speaker, even as we move forward and focus on the issue of gender rights, even within BBI, it is well outlined on one of the 9 issues that were raised and that was signed between our two leaders. It remains a contentious issue. And therefore, in this country and in this nation, as we discuss BBI, I would like to appeal to the people of Kenya not to over-politicize some of the sensitive issues that can make a difference in this country. I do support very strongly the BBI agenda, but I believe it is time we subscribe and submit to the Vision 2030, the 3 pillars. And one strong pillar is a political pillar that seeks and advises the people of Kenya that our politics should be issue-based. And indeed, if it were issue-based and we stick to issues, we will speak to this agenda beyond the referendum after it is passed. It is one thing to pass a constitutional amendment or in a referendum, and another thing to implement the very objectives. The 9 objectives of the BBI are very salient, very key, very dear to this country, and one of them is gender and development. And therefore, this session of paper will serve to help us to implement some of these proposals and objectives in this aspect. And it is my desire and belief that by the year 2030, when this country goes through the global monitoring report, put in the SDG and even in the education, and of course, gender equality is an integral component of all aspects of development. We will have a standing as a country among nations globally that we've done very well in the aspect of gender and development. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Joyce, if you have a point of order, press the intervention. You shall certainly get that opportunity. Raise your intervention. For now, let's Honorable Denita. The card on intervention, I'm sure if you press the intervention, I will be able to see from here that you have an intervention. Honorable Denita.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to debate and to discuss about this very important paper, Mr. Speaker. And on the onset, Mr. Speaker, I do support the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 on gender and development. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support not because I am a woman or a woman with disability, but Mr. Speaker, because I am a Kenyan. And Mr. Speaker, sir, women's rights are human rights. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it is an issue that requires attention, Mr. Speaker, so that we see how then do we support initiatives that advance women. Mr. Speaker, this discussion is coming at a great time in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are at a very strong constitutional moment of BBI. Mr. Speaker, we are also at a very, very important time in this country when only last year, November, Mr. Speaker, you will remember that Kenya hosted the Nairobi Summit on the ICPD 25. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been in the women's movement since 2008 when I started working for the League of Kenya Women Voters, and these are the issues, Mr. Speaker. When we are talking about women in this country or women all over the world, of gender all over the world, Mr. Speaker, people always tend to think that we are talking about women. But, Mr. Speaker, we have known along the way and along the line, Mr. Speaker, that when you empower a woman, that woman and those benefits generally benefit her community and her country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have no choice than to really support women. Mr. Speaker, if you are aware, Kenya as a country that we love is a signatory to so many international conventions and treaties that have actually put together to promote the rights of women. Kenya is a signatory, Mr. Speaker, to the Sustainable Development Goals that we are calling the SDGs. Kenya is a signatory, Mr. Speaker, to the Convention on Signatory, Mr. Speaker, to what we are calling CEDAW. CEDAW is an international treaty, Mr. Speaker, that talks about the Convention on the Elimination of and Discrimination of all forms of discrimination against women. So Kenya, Mr. Speaker, has no shortage of laws regarding women. what probably we need to strengthen as a country, Mr. Speaker, is the implementation of these laws, Mr. Speaker. Our constitution is clear on our rights, and Mr. Speaker, we have no choice. Again, Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about women or gender in this country, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring the voices of women with disabilities in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, women with disabilities who are our wives and our sisters and our mothers, Mr. Speaker, we have somehow tended to leave them behind when you're talking about women in this country. And we cannot afford to do that, Mr. Speaker, because I bring their voices to this House. Mr. Speaker, sir, even with, with this sessional paper, we still know and we still see that women's representation has been wanting. It is in this House, Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, when we failed to even pass the 2/3 in this House. We did fail to pass the 2/3. And now we are here, a year later, discussing the sessional paper. Just a year after the ICPD 25 that was held in this country, in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, sir, even as much as you see women, the spaces that we enjoy as women representatives or as nominated members as a result of other women who came before us, Mr. Speaker. Those are the women who provided the spaces that we sit here as women representatives. Mr. Speaker, sir, the spirit of BBI in this country is a spirit that is very pure for women of this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, for the first time we are going to ensure that by law and in law we are endangering the political process in this country, which has been wanting, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, even as much as we move forward, I want to also say that female genital mutilation, Mr. Speaker, female genital mutilation, Mr. Speaker, continues to cause havoc for our girls in rural areas, Mr. Speaker. And we must address FGM, even in this House, Mr. Speaker. Girls are not sleeping in their homes. They are going to seek shelter because of cultures. Of what use, Mr. Speaker, is a culture that is detrimental to girl children in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we want the Ministry of Gender, for example, to really come clear on these issues, Mr. Speaker. How many people has the Ministry of Gender prosecuted, and so many actors who are in these FGM issues in this country? How many prosecutions do they actually bring to fore? That these chiefs and these perpetrators of female genital mutilation, Mr. Speaker, have been put behind bars. We must address serious issues, Mr. Speaker, that affect women in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has come a point for a long time where women actually must be able to bake the cake. Women must be able to share that cake that they bake. We cannot be there, Mr. Speaker. Our job as women is to clap and to arrange chairs in meetings, and then when the cake is ready, women are nowhere to be seen. You're only given the tail. Mr. Speaker, we have left that point. And Mr. Speaker, that is why for me, this is a paper that basically seeks to see how then do we ensure that women's rights, Mr. Speaker, are here. Gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker. We are here talking, and we have seen gender-based violence for our women. Women in rural areas are bearing the brunt, Mr. Speaker. And we must be very serious about how many shelters does the government have. Every county in this country and every constituency in this country, Mr. Speaker, must have shelters where women can find peace when there is no peace in the home. Mr. Speaker, sir, the intention of the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 is good and it is clear. What we want to see is the implementation. And Mr. Speaker, in this country, we cannot talk about women without talking about women with disabilities. Those two people must find themselves in the same sentence. That is the only way we're going to move forward, Mr. Speaker, if we want to really move forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I stop, it is Hillary Clinton, Mr. Speaker, who once said that there is nothing that is more important in development than the empowerment of women. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot see women and see that it is a competition. It is a competition. The issues of gender must be clearly understood, Mr. Speaker, in this country. So that when we're talking about gender, we are not looking at one sex. We are talking about women and men sharing the platform in equality, Mr. Speaker. That is the only way, Mr. Speaker, that we are actually going to move forward. It was only last month, Mr. Speaker, in this country, when you saw, even as much as our country was talking about access to universal health, in Pumwani, at the gate of Pumwani Hospital, Mr. Speaker, we saw a woman who went there to deliver, to seek services of maternity at Pumwani Hospital. And that woman could not actually get into maternity ward. She had to deliver at the gate of maternity. What a shame, Mr. Speaker. We have no choice as a country, Mr. Speaker. We must translate every action, Mr. Speaker, into reality for women to be able to enjoy the cake that we do today. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this house, I am one of the supporters of BBI. And I will not be ashamed to say I support BBI. And I will rally my people that I know, including our persons, to support BBI because, Mr. Speaker, the idea behind BBI is trying to cure what we have always struggled in this House, the issues of 2/3. How then can we ensure that by law we are supporting an arrangement that can support, and that is an arrangement that brings in women? There is no development, Mr. Speaker, that can occur anywhere without women being there, cooking that cake, sharing that cake, and eating that cake. And there's nothing much to ask. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to say that the sessional paper number 2 of 2019, for me, is in the best interest of this country. And we must be serious, Mr. Speaker, if we are talking about the empowerment of women. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at agriculture, and I want to bring this House to the attention of agriculture in this country. In our rural areas, Mr. Speaker, you will find 90% of women who are toiling and sweating on the lands that they are cultivating. But, Mr. Speaker, statistics indicate that less than 0.1% of women have title deeds and collaterals, Mr. Speaker, to those lands that they toil. Mr. Speaker, we are not serious. We are actually not serious. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that we find other even members or leaders of this country, Mr. Speaker, who support practices that are putting our girls down. From areas such as where we come from, you find persons supporting FGM, for example. And you know that FGM is detrimental to girl child education. And, Mr. Speaker, leaders must be very honest when discussing this issue of empowerment of women. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, that any words that come from the mouth of a leader demeaning a woman in the guise of culture and tradition, Mr. Speaker, those are not leaders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to stop there and say that I do support the sessional paper number 2 of 2019 that really seeks to actualize all these commitments that Kenya as a country has put for women of this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
To my left now, Honorable Onyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And, Mr. Speaker, it's actually very clear that what we are doing, the sessional paper, is actually a revision of a document that was done in 2000. That is the National Policy on Gender and Development. From that point alone, there is need to have this document. If something was done in 2000, approved in 2000, it must be reviewed now. Why, Mr. Speaker? The constitutional changes that have occurred, Article 10, Article 27, and all of them imply that we need this sessional paper to do that review. Even just the laws, since that document was actually passed by the cabinet, we have had many laws. The Matrimonial Property Act, the Marriage Act, the Land Act, the Trafficking of Persons Act. All those really cannot be in line with the document that was done that far. Things have changed. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we really must support this sessional paper. The need for equity and equality between the genders, the two gender, male and female, is something we really, all the colleagues have talked about it. We hear it every day. The boy child, the girl child, the 2/3 rule that we have been struggling with here, and we have not, the cultural practices that actually bring the genders down. Those are so those are not the arguments now. The argument now is we pass this sessional paper and we push for it to be implemented. Mr. Speaker, we are also party to many international agreements and conventions. The Commission for the Status of Women, every February, March, April, we go to New York in large numbers, and all we are going to do is look how each state, each nation report on the status of women. We are party to that, and we attend regularly. Mr. Speaker, on CEDAW, the Commission on Total Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, we are party to that. The Maputo Declaration within Africa, we are party to that. So there is no question, Mr. Speaker, as to whether we should discuss. In fact, I think it's a formality. So we really must support this. But Mr. Speaker, as I end, after that brief rationale that I put forward, the most important thing is actually the implementation of the policies that we put in place. And I looked at the recommendations, the three recommendations, and really for a time we would actually make an amendment, because what we need is monitoring. We have the policies. The ministry in charge of gender should actually develop data, and those data are there, and indices of gender equity in development. So that is needed. And I would propose, and if any committee member is here or the chair is here, that we have those data and those indices developed, and every year we have a report, which is a gender data report, telling us in all areas, in legislation, what is the gender proportions, in education, what are the gender proportions, in government, what are the gender proportions, in everything. So that every year, and that should actually be published every year publicly. So then we can put people to task. So in my mind, that is something we need to do. Another thing that I think needs to be done as a part of that recommendation is we should actually have gender mainstreaming. Gender issues are not actually sex issues. They are actually development issues. If you start thinking of gender issues, say in health, you are not just thinking of family planning and children. You are even thinking of the provision and availability of health services for children, not even for women. Because to a large extent in this country, to a large extent, children are still being taken care of by their mothers. Their mothers take a lot of time to take them. So if those facilities are easy to access, that's a gender issue. Availability of water, to a large extent, and that may change later, that is still a task that the ladies take care of. So we need to know availability of water, how will it contribute to the gender equity? So that it is a little more complicated than we are seeing. So if the ministry responsible can actually develop all those indices. In agriculture, availability of, say, fertilizer, the use of equipment. There are many things that say these are for ladies, these are for men. Even what men do, it is important that that is looked as an agenda issue. So when that data is available, it should be reported every year and that we look at it. But again, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, we should mainstream this in ministries, in departments, in parastatals. When we look at, say, the organizations that deal with financing, how do we mainstream gender issues in those? Sometimes when we started the Women Enterprise Fund, it was the realization that there are many, many women who are actually would want to get loans, but they find that the arrangement in banks, as we know, are very complex. And now we went around and found, okay, if we put that basically just for the ladies, what about the men? And we had to say, for example, that it doesn't have to be that an organization is basically for women. Men can be there, and the leadership, if fair enough, that organization then qualifies to even get the Women Enterprise Fund. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something we need to do, and I think that what we should do, and those who are the members of the committee that are here, I think we need a recommendation number 4 on monitoring, using data and indices that will give us the status of gender equity in all areas. Number two, we also need to mainstream gender issues, in all activities, in all departments, in all policies. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I support this sessional paper.
Honorable Shege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, yes, I support the sentiments brought in by this session paper 2 of 2019. And Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about gender, we are looking at the women, we are looking at the men, we are looking at the boys and girls. And a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, have spoken on in support, and especially about the gender gap that we are having in this nation, about the participation of women. Mr. Speaker, a lot of times when you're talking about gender equality and discrimination, this nation tends, even the policymakers, tends to look maybe sometimes only at Parliament on the level of legislation. But I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if this or such a policy can look from the issues of health, the issues of education, participation of all the genders, and especially even in the other areas of the government, Mr. Speaker, then this issue of gender equality or inequality or the issue of discrimination will be an issue of the past, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I happen to be involved at a level when we were trying to look at the new document that is the talk of town about the BBI, Mr. Speaker. And one of my concerns were about the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the gains that it gives to the women of this nation. And some of us, especially myself, Mr. Speaker, have been gotten to this house through the issue of affirmative action as a woman rep, Mr. Speaker, and this, I'm serving my second term. What has been quite worrying, Mr. Speaker, is even when people give a lot of lip service and a lot of people say we support the leadership of women, we are still tied up by a patriarchal kind of society that we have, by our cultures, by our religion. Mr. Speaker, where women are still seen as being part of staying in the kitchen and not meant to go out there and offer leadership, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the drafters of the 2010 Constitution because they gave us an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to showcase that what a man can do, a woman can even do better. And so, Mr. Speaker, at this level, and Mr. Speaker, as we looked at the document of BBI, I just want to really urge, and especially the women in this house, that we have been given an opportunity where we don't have again to come back to this house and ask the members to pass a law that is supposed to give us the gender equality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially, I was there in the 11th Parliament. In this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we actually went out of our way as the women and the female leadership to actually even take the men in this house for a dance, Mr. Speaker. We offered dinners, but at the end of the day, the ones who would not say openly that they are opposing, they actually went to the lounge and sat there and gave stories for them not to be seen that they're opposing the women. It has been mentioned, the women in this nation, we are 52% of the population. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would want participation in all levels. And at this point, I would like to really urge the women of this nation that it's a high time we support the BBI because we have permanently a solution to give us the solution for the gender rule. And you never know, Mr. Speaker. If I go to the universities, I'm back to school, and that's why I asked to speak earlier, Mr. Speaker. You find that even in my class, majority of the members, they are female. You go to our schools, you even your constituency, Mr. Speaker, you see the people who are out there, leading the songs, and actually even the ones who are active participating. Even when you go to the school meetings, you find women are the majority. Then where do we lose as a nation that we don't also have women as a majority in the leadership, Mr. Speaker? And so as we say, the sovereignty of this nation is key, that people are now allowed to vote for the people they would wish to become their leaders, and that is the spirit of the BBI, Mr. Speaker. I also urge Kenyans that they may be able to give the women a chance, Mr. Speaker, and where then that fails, then we have now a permanent solution that has been offered by the BBI. Honorable Sosion, Mr. Speaker, brought the issue about the sanitary towels. It is something that we struggled with when I was the chair of education, when the sanitary towels were taken to the Ministry of Education and they could not reach the schools or to the girls, Mr. Speaker. And when it came to the gender, I think the women reps really did a great job going to the schools, and it only lasted for 1 year, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the committee that deals with the issues of gender will be able to actually give a permanent solution. Our girls currently are at home. Our girls have no sanitary towels. How do we reach them? There are several initiatives that are on the ground. I've seen several members also trying to give the sanitary towels, and unfortunately our girls are getting pregnant, teenage girls, Mr. Speaker, because they cannot afford to buy a sanitary towel. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we even look at how reopening the schools with this COVID, Mr. Speaker, even if it's next year, we as members of parliament and also the Ministry of Education, we must make sure that the girls who are unfortunate to get pregnant, Mr. Speaker, that they'll also be given a chance to go back to school to get the education so that they can be able to support the children that they have gotten, Mr. Speaker. All said and done, I would like to actually say that I support, Mr. Speaker, the issue of marriage. I've seen it's here. On the benefits during the marriage, even at the time the marriage is dissolved, Mr. Speaker. The issue of property and access even to inheritance. It has been said before in many cultures that the girls cannot be able to inherit. But I think every child is a child, Mr. Speaker. And so I support and urge the ladies, and actually even everybody, every member here, not only the ladies, because it's an issue of gender. You never know. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, with the way the country is going, the issue of gender, though we have now a sunset clause to, in the BBI to 2032, you never know, maybe when it comes to 2022, we might want to add more men when the women will have taken over. That would be a dream come true, Mr. Speaker. And so I support, and I urge the ladies to support, and every member to support here. And as Honorable Nyikala has said, a lot of things are written in this country. We have a lot of things on paper. Could we just actualize what is on paper? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's first have the majority whip, or Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support the report by the Departmental Committee on Labor towards the session paper number 2 on the National Policy on Gender and Development. Honorable Speaker, one thing that comes out is the achievement that is supposed to come with this session paper, Honorable Speaker. And when you look at the session paper in totality, you find that several outcomes of the write-up is supposed to come out of the document, Honorable Speaker, including the achievement of gender in terms of creating a just society where women, men, boys, and girls have equal opportunity in terms of access in the political, economic, cultural, and social well-being, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at this document, it's really timely. It's coming at a time when the country is in a political mood. It's coming at a time, Honorable Speaker, when the BBI is being written, has already been given to the, has already been accepted by the majority, and is going to the people, Honorable Speaker, to make a decision. And Honorable Speaker, when you look at what is happening with the population in Kenya, I want to call on the issue of gender being both women and men. But Honorable Speaker, today the weaker gender is the female. But there are very good people or good professional women who are ahead, Honorable Speaker. We want to take an example that in this House, Honorable Speaker, the chair of finance is a woman. She is doing a good job. We want to see more of women coming up. We want to see, Honorable Speaker, the chair of health is a woman. She is doing a good job. We want to see more of women coming out. We want to say, Honorable Speaker, in this House, there is a captain, lady captain, Captain Rueda. She is one of the few good scholars we have in this House, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, the gender issue, Honorable Speaker, should be addressed with a very good paper like the session paper which we are discussing today, in the sense that it's encouraging the growth, that whereas we are pushing the weaker gender today, the female, to rise, let also the boy child be also pushed in the similar way, Honorable Speaker. If we don't wake up as colleague male in this House, we are likely, Honorable Speaker, to reach 2032, Honorable Speaker, and find that even before we get there, we have been surpassed by the gender, the female gender, Honorable Speaker. I just want to look at the scenario, Honorable Speaker, as it's proposed, that we look at the economic empowerment of our youth. The youth, Honorable Speaker, have been left behind in terms of being supported to grow. What are we doing in terms of making them to move? We have given them the AGOA in the current constitution through the legislative proposals on the bills on the floor, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, when the youth now submit their papers for payment, or rather the invoices, they are not paid on time. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we are saying in the BBI that let us have a prompt payment bill, so that, Honorable Speaker, 60 days should be good enough to pay bills, so that this youth can be able to pay back the money that they have borrowed. Honorable Speaker, we are also proposing that the youth should enjoy themselves, should have what they can talk as their youth. Honorable Speaker, when we were growing up, we had an age set. When you get circumcised, Honorable Speaker, I can see maybe when you get initiated for that sake, maybe there is circumcision, maybe there is removal of teeth, whatever initiation, Honorable Speaker. What happens is, Honorable Speaker, the youth enjoy their own language today. So we have to give them time. We have to give them a commission, Honorable Speaker, so that they can converse what is useful for them at this time, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we feel in the BBI that we need a youth commission, which will be led by the youth who understand the language of themselves, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it's a good thing that is being proposed in the BBI, so that we are allowed to move together with the youth as one. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, looking at the issues that the policy intends to address, so that we all move as one. Kenya is a country which is a signatory to all, we domesticate international treaties through this House, Honorable Speaker. And Kenya is a signatory to international treaties on women from various fora globally. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's addressing the Kenya ratifies through this House the various agreements. We want to respect those agreements, and that respect, Honorable Speaker, is being exercised through this policy. And we want to say, the Chair on Labour, that this policy, you combine it well, it's a good policy, we need to embrace it, so that our Kenyan ladies, our Kenyan men, our Kenyan youth, our Kenyan boys and girls can live to see a better country than where we have come from, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this policy seeks to empower that in terms of education, let's have equality in terms of education. Through Article 43, the socio-economic rights, Honorable Speaker, the right to education. I'm the mover, Honorable Speaker, of the bill in terms of eradication on examination fees for Kenyan child at class 8 and Form 4. Honorable Speaker, that has moved that no child can be chased away from school because of non-payment of school fees, Honorable Speaker, and non-payment of examination fees. And all Kenyans today, Honorable Speaker, enjoy the same. That means any boy or any girl from wherever he is, whether from a marginalized community, whether it's from the richest community, he will sit for the same exam, Honorable Speaker, and compete. Education makes us equal, and even you find a poor child beating up a child from whatever family he is coming from. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this policy gives us equality, helps us to shape the future of our gender. Let's not look at anyone being superior than the other. Finally, Honorable Speaker, this bill addresses itself on the issue of marriage. Honorable Speaker, as we represent our people from our constituencies, a young man wrote to me a message some times back and said, Honorable MP, I'm being chased away from my house. Here I am, a full lawyer. He's a lawyer, Honorable Speaker, like yourself, but he's still young. He doesn't understand how to manage a family at home, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this bill gives us the rationale to respect our women. We no longer have to rule a woman by virtue of a slap. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, they will run away. If possible, all of us should be like 001. He doesn't have legs, but he's a very strong man elsewhere. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it's important, Honorable Speaker, that we are all equal in whatever sphere, as long as we respect our gender positions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
the strength of Ole Sankok has been confirmed to be an Honorable Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, may I start before you go for the...
What is out of order, Honorable Gladys?
Mr. Speaker, I'm curious to know how the majority whip learned of this strength of 001. Because I thought maybe people like myself should be the ones confessing to strength in any other places. That's a curiosity, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Gladys Wanga, you know the strength has not been specifically identified. It is still a generality. Yes, Honorable Wanyonyi.
Mr. Speaker, I expected that point of order from Honorable Angwe, not Gladys. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and I want to be on record that I support this the policy on the gender and development on this section of paper. One, I think, Mr. Speaker, in the very, very beginning, when Honorable Gladys was actually contributing, and she was right. Today in this country, we have over 52% of women actually in this kind of population. And I think it's not only fair, but it's unfair for us to be able to, to continue the way we are doing. I want to be on record that in supporting this session of paper, Mr. Speaker, we should now do it gradually. We want to empower our ladies, and we will do that by having programs, and of course, like I went someplace and I was told by an elder that women are there to be seen, not to be heard. Something that is an archaic, something that's all timed. Today, women are very articulate in terms of making the presentation. Today, as I don't know what is happening in the United States of America. I think we may have a second vice president, a woman. And I will not be surprised because I think they have developed that gender rule in America, and that's why we should not be left behind. And therefore, today, I was just coming from upcountry and I was going around my schools, and I noted in the second schools that are mixed, almost 60% are women, are girls. And therefore, if we do not have a policy in place, a developed policy in place, then of course, eventually we're going to be running out of time. And therefore, I will want us to do what one of the members actually mentioned, that for us to be able to be steadfast and clear on what we have got to do, what we are doing, that we actually develop and be seen to be helping this particular policy so that women can be given their place. But I am also not very sure. I want to put a question there that I think ladies sometimes are enemies of themselves. We had cases, I'm just making my point. You wait, we were here in this house 2016. We were all, we all wanted to have this vote to support our ladies. You know what happened when it came to voting here? I think we had a few of us and a few ladies here in this house. And that policy should have actually been, we would be talking miles away. And one of them is here. I don't want to mention. Mr. Speaker, they went to make a trip to New York. Yes, that happened. If you are not here, then that happened. And therefore, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Wanyonyi, there is a point of order from Honorable Cobb.
No. Why are they? It's
Honorable
obvious.
Wanyonyi.
We were here. We voted.
Honorable Wanyonyi.
Honorable Wanyonyi, while Honorable Millie is upstanding, you shall take your seat.
Order, Honorable Akob also. Don't go beyond the boundaries. You are on your feet now. Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Akob is on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just go by the standing orders. If I'm upstanding, he has to be seated. But Mr. Speaker, in order, His Honorable Wanyonyi in order to propagate this falsehood that every time that there is a matter brought here that women are in New York. Mr. Speaker, we know that every year there is something called the Commission on the Status of Women. We are not the ones who have not put the Commission on the Status of Men. And we can lobby for them to have Commission on the Status of Men. But even when we have that, Mr. Speaker, women are here. And so this propagation of misinformation must end. And Mr. Speaker, can I please request that you actually get a record of the Hansard so that this thing becomes history? You cannot be holding this as a sword on our heads every time we are discussing anything on gender. Like right now, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the House, there are very many women members of Parliament, but tomorrow you will hear them saying that we are not in the House. Mr. Speaker, the point of order is you are misleading the House. The information you are giving is not correct. And that is why I am calling on the Speaker to give us the Hansard, to give the correct information of what was there.
Very well. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, that was a point of information.
Order,
but not a point of...
Order, Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Wanyonyi, you know, a point of order has been raised. It is not upon you to say that was information or point of order. The point is, that issue actually came up some times back. I think 2 weeks ago, or so, when Honorable Gladys and I think Honorable Wamalwa actually raised the same issue. So Honorable Wanyonyi, let us not go back to that part. I know there was quite a conversation around that area. Please prosecute your case beyond that point, Honorable Wanyonyi, and we make movement.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record. I support the policy, and I'm saying I will support this. I'll be the last person to oppose this, because even my own house, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 ladies, 1 man. And I've gone to schools and I've realized women are more. And I'm saying they are very articulate. The other time I went and I saw they do things very well. I even went, they're doing some construction in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and I saw ladies actually driving the machines better than the boys. And therefore, I want to support this policy. And I said, let's go gradually, but move steadily so that we remove this notion that the ladies are there to be seen, not to be heard. And that's what I'm saying. I'm supporting you. So therefore, I want to say that this policy has come the right time, and therefore let's support it so that, you know, come 2022, we want to see more women here than even men. So to see how they change the world today is now more of the ladies, because they're very articulate, and I want to support them. You in the way. So I'm just saying that for us, we had this motion before, but again, because of, so then we did not go very far, but this is the right time we have come up. We want to support this policy, and I want to be on record that if it comes to, count on my support. But at the same time, let's have things done gradually, systematically, so they can be able to empower the opposite sex. With those few remarks, I'm sorry if I hurt somebody, but it's true. When you were voting here, you guys were in New York.
Order, Honorable Wanyonyi. Order, Honorable Wanyonyi.
I support.
Order. Let's have Honorable Mnene. Let's not get back to that point.
Asante sana, Bwana Spika, kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Na pia mimi niweze kuchangia mswada huu ambao unaongelea mambo ya usawa wa jinsia na maendeleo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiongelea mambo ya usawa wa jinsia, tunaongelea mambo ya jinsia zote mbili. Tunaongelea jinsia ya kiume na ya kike. Na tunaongelea jinsia na mambo ya maendeleo kama masuala ya afya, masuala ya ugavi wa kazi, ya elimu, na masuala mengi zaidi ambayo ni ya kuboresha maisha ya jamii yote mzima. Tumeona mara nyingi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kina mama wakienda barabarani, wakienda kuitisha haki yao hapa na pale. Tumeona vijana na tumeona watu ambao wanaishi na ulemavu vile vile wakiwa barabarani wakisema haki yetu, haki yetu. Na ilhali Mheshimiwa Spika, haki hii haifai kuombwa, bali ni vile wanajisikia wakiwa wamenyanyasika na hawapati ile haki yao. Na kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kama swala hii ama kama mswada huu utaenda kuboresha, utaenda kuleta mwafaka, basi mimi nauunga mkono. Na kwa masuala mengi ambayo yamesemekana hapa, pia kuna swala la BBI ambalo limetajwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi bado niko pale kwa kusoma, naendelea kusoma, lakini ni huzuni ya kwamba nafasi hii ya kiti cha mwakilishi wa kina mama ambacho kilinileta mimi hapa bungeni, naona kama tutaenda kukikosa kupitia hii BBI. Bado naendelea kusoma Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante kwa hii fursa.
Let's have Honorable Kimani Kuria.
He is here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this debate. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I support this session paper. But I would like to caution my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, the gender discussion cannot be a woman discussion. When we talk about gender, we don't talk about women. We talk about both men and women. And recently, Kenya became the first African country to carry out a census of another gender we are calling intersex. And Mr. Speaker, our census showed that we have 1,524 intersex people. These are people who are neither male nor are they female. And what this census paper is trying to do and say is that we need equality in terms of gender. But how do we get to achieve this equality, Mr. Speaker? It's when we ensure there is a fair play field for people of whichever gender that we pick on, Mr. Speaker. The area speakers have demonstrated that we have great leaders. And some of those great leaders, and most of those great leaders, happen to be women, happen to be men. And therefore, there should be no time where someone should be discriminated against for a particular position because they hold a particular gender. And maybe this even calls for discussion in our families, in our meetings. Why is it that every time we have even a small meeting, we tell the woman to take the minutes? It is probably because we still have that thinking that a woman can only be to a level of a secretary. I'm not saying a secretary is bad, but there's a way even as a society we've put women that shows that they're supposed to only do particular jobs. But this, Mr. Speaker, needs to make sure that it ends. But how do we achieve that? It's not just putting it on paper like you're doing today, but a change of heart as a country, as a community, and as a nation. When we have places that we can employ people of different gender, do we do that? As members of parliament, what is the composition of our parliamentary staff? In our constituencies, how is the composition of our staff? Because we can put all these things in paper, but it's going to take goodwill to make sure that whichever gender that we pick on, we give them opportunities and we don't discriminate which gender they come from, Mr. Speaker. It's quite a shame that women, and especially young girls in school, still have to struggle with matters of menstrual health. It is such an embarrassment that we hear tales of young girls using mattresses and all manner of things. And, Mr. Speaker, if you go to some of these public offices, you find packets of condoms displayed for free in the toilets. And yet, a basic thing than like a menstrual, like sanitary towels, is not availed to these people. And every time, every year, it becomes an audit query, even when government plans to support these young girls with these sanitary towels. Every year, it becomes an audit query. So if we cannot give our young girls sanitary towels, how can we pride ourselves in being a nation? How can we even have a gender discussion? How can we even go to these conventions and say how far we have achieved in terms of gender parity in this country? This issue must be put to rest. And I saw that proposal, Mr. Speaker, on the BBI that suggests that the issue of menstrual health, the issue of provision of sanitary towels should be free to every school-going child in this country. And if there is a way that is going to be implemented, even before we wait on whether it is going to pass or not, even in the current budget for the Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Education, how do they make sure that these girls that are at home now get access to these sanitary towels? I've been asking myself, when there was school-going time, then the ministry would provide these sanitary towels to these children, to these girls. After COVID, I have not seen any ministry distributing them to these girls. What happened? Or do these girls only get their menses when they're at school and not when they're at home? We need to be very candid. And these things that touch very closely to this gender must be well thought through. The issue of female genital mutilation, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, we are still talking about girls that have been forced to undergo female genital mutilation. We still have elders, Nyumba Kumi people who are sitting in the village discussing about a 13-year-old who have been married to a 60-year-old. We are still having family conversations about a 12-year-old who have got pregnant by someone who is 50 years old. And now we are putting it as a discussion of how much compensation you should give to this girl. These are things that people of goodwill, that like leaders, we must stand up against and make sure, Mr. Speaker, that they never get to happen again. And as much as we're talking about, and that's why I started by saying that gender is not a woman issue. It is a humanity issue. So in the same way, there are matters that are affecting our boys that have not been looked into for a very long time. I will, for example, take the issue of circumcision, for example. What scrutiny is done to these young boys when they go to that initiation in Christmas? We're slowly heading to Christmas. And sometimes that transition period is used to radicalize our young people, to introduce them to drugs, to introduce them to some ideologies, Mr. Speaker, that make them become rogue people when they grow up, Mr. Speaker. So as much as we're looking at empowerment programs for our other gender, when we make gender conversion not a man or a woman issue, then we'll make sure that no one is left behind, including the boy child, including the girl child. No one should be left behind because of what is between their legs, because nobody chooses on what is between their legs. And that, Mr. Speaker, I really support this conversation. But allow me to add one thing. It's very heartening that we still choose to refer to tell someone is a woman as an insult. That in 2020, we imagine that calling somebody, quote unquote, mama, ama kona umama, is an insult. These are some of the discussions that bring us down as a community from having a harmonious, gender-sensitive community. And that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Honorable Sotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also support this policy and say that this policy is long overdue, because as you are aware, various institutions, including the UN and the African Union, have come up with a similar policy. And member states were also required to do the same. But all the same, I think better late than never. Mr. Speaker, as many members have said, women have gained immensely in the BBI report. And we want to encourage the slow readers to read very fast, and the scientists to read very fast, so that they join the rest of us in saying that we have made a major breakthrough in terms of women empowerment through BBI. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I am happy about in BBI is that, recently the Chief Justice wrote an advisory calling for the dissolution of the House. And it all appeared like the responsibility to ensure gender balance was on Parliament. But now what BBI has done, it has spread the responsibility to political parties, to IEBC, and even to the executive, to ensure that all these institutions ensure that we have gender parity. So I think that's very important, Mr. Speaker, because it is very unfair to put that responsibility on Parliament alone, and yet members of Parliament are not involved in choosing who comes to Parliament. So we want to ask IEBC to ensure that, as recommended in BBI, that the list they get comply to the gender balance rule. And that has been provided for in the BBI report. But one thing I want to say from my experience, Mr. Speaker, I hope the laws that will emanate from BBI report have to be very specific. Because, for example, BBI report says a third of those listed on the political parties candidate list must be of either gender. You know, I know most political parties will simply fill that slots with regions where they don't have support. I think what we need to do in law, we must insist that there is some quota in strongholds of political parties, so that eventually, Mr. Speaker, we have progressively more women being elected into Parliament. The other very important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that now the executive will also have to comply with the gender balance principle. Because we cannot talk about Parliament and we don't talk about executive. We want to see the gender balance rule being obeyed even by the cabinet, even by the judiciary, even by in key institutions in government. And that is provided for in the BBI report. So I want to ask the slow readers like nominee 001 to try and read very fast so that they are on the same page with the rest of us, so that women can get the gains that are included in this BBI report. Mr. Speaker, the global performance so far is 25% of representation in Parliament is filled by women. In Kenya, we have set ourselves to 1/3, which is about 33%. So I think we need to work hard so that we are able to achieve that high target that we have set for ourselves. But reading through BBI, I am very confident that we are going to achieve that. The Honorable Member for Taita has talked about the women rep position being taken away. Mr. Speaker, I think as we talk about that, let us also talk about the 70 positions which are also going to be available for women, and they will be given priority in terms of getting those positions. So, Mr. Speaker, for those few remarks, I support, and I want to ask Kenyans to support the BBI report and avoid unnecessary propaganda which have no meaning being spread by people who claim to not to have read the report. And yet, they are moving around talking about it, and yet they have not read the report. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we are slowly noting the people who are against women of this country. The people who are against the women of this country are people who are opposed to BBI. Mr. Speaker, I support.
What is out of order, Honorable Sankok?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Osonsi is out of order for keeping on referring some of us who are scientists that we are slow learners and slow readers. Some of us read and understand.
What is out of order, Honorable Sankok? I'm trying to.
I'm not a slow reader. I read and understand. It's not like him who read like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. No.
Honorable Sankok. Honorable Sankok. You look like you are getting out of order yourself. Honorable Sotsi, the member is done. Okay, very well. Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, from the onset, even before I make my own contribution, I'm happy that I'm seeing Honorable Millie Odhiambo around the House. I don't know if she is actually through with honeymoon in Naivasha or it was cut short. Honorable Speaker, representation, Honorable Speaker, of gender. And I support, Honorable Speaker, this particular session paper. It is from the committee in which I sit, that is the Labor and Social Welfare Committee, and we have canvassed it in length so that we support, so that we have more women representatives in both in Parliament, the three arms of government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sabina Chege had said that what a man can do, a woman can do even better. And this we have witnessed, Honorable Speaker, in our schools, in our classes. They defeat us in exams. Honorable Speaker, they need these particular opportunities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, why they need these opportunities is because they are better managers than most of us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you have 100 shillings today as a man, you may not be able to know what to do with the 100 shillings. But give that 100 shillings to a rural woman, Honorable Speaker. That house will have cooking oil, it will have salt, it will have sugar, it will have almost everything. I don't know how they balance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need them so that we can jumpstart our economy, Honorable Speaker. In political parties representation, Honorable Speaker, I will expect that we start from the top, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, even this paper addressed these issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because it actually, as Honorable Osonsi had put it, it does not only contain Parliament alone, but we also go to the Cabinet and parastatals so that we have to that gender rule applying in all those institutions, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I can say for instance the Cabinet, Honorable Speaker, we may not even need BBI. We only say now that the President is a man, the Deputy President is a man, let us have Cabinet Secretary being women, or let us have at least majority of them being women, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and what they have discussed about BBI, Honorable Speaker, I'm shocked that those who are claiming their first readers, Honorable Speaker, they don't know that women rep positions have been migrated to the Senate. So NGAF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which is under the purview of women, is already eliminated. It has been taken from them. And if you take resources from any section of a society, it means you are not supporting them, you are demeaning them. Honorable Speaker, when they go to the Senate, Cabinet Secretaries will not come from the Senate.
There is a point of order from Honorable Gedi. What is out of order, Honorable Gedi?
Mr. Speaker, is Honorable Sankok in order to mislead the nation and the Honorable House that the women rep have been moved from the National Assembly to the Senate? In fact, that is a new seat that was created for women, and it is a gain, 100% gain for the women of Kenya, because they will have equal voting rights as per now, where women are not voting, Mr. Speaker. So he must withdraw, and he should not mislead Kenyans, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gedi, Honorable Fabian, we can't have a point of order of another one. Who? Honorable Fabian, Honorable Fabian, Honorable Sankok, Honorable Gedi, the discussion here is not about BBI. And we are navigating into the BBI. We don't know who is saying what. Honorable Sankok, why don't we get to gender and development?
Continue.
And then we make progress.
Honorable Speaker, I'm laughing, Honorable Speaker, because I've just understood that some of us are not only quick readers, but we don't understand anything, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have 290 constituencies in this country retained in BBI, an additional 70 seats that the party list will try to balance. The women representation is already removed, and GAF will subsequently disappear. And that is the facts, and those are the facts, and we have to face. And the Senate will no longer have revenue allocation formula powers. So they cannot allocate resources. They cannot have cabinet secretary.
Honorable Gedi, Honorable Sankok, you know, members, I am wondering why there is this excitement. Honorable Anga, what is too much out of what now? Honorable Anga.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sankok is a very sharp MP. Actually, he makes contributions on every matter on the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, but his discussion of the gains of women within the BBI report is out of place because he's misinformed himself. I think he's a scientist or part of the team of scientists that are yet to complete reading the BBI report. So what I would like to urge Honorable Sankok, because he speaks very well on matters of disability and matters of gender, we are allies usually. Let him stick to the issues he knows about and has read about. We will not bother to interrupt him. But Honorable Speaker, now that you've given me this opportunity, and Honorable Millie canvassed this matter already. On the day that Honorable Wamalwa accused... Honorable Speaker, I want to say this on the floor of this House. Because we brought the Hansard, and every moment there was a vote, I was on that Hansard as having voted for the...
Honorable. I'm sure you were on record sometimes back, and you did it very well. Please, on this issue especially, but anyway, that is, we are past that now. Honorable Sankok, do you want us to concentrate around what is on the table now, so that I'm sure you're getting to uncharted waters. Let Honorable Sankok finish his
Thank you very much, Honorable
so
Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this House is for all of us. We cannot have a section who can discuss BBI at will, and when us we put our input, it becomes a problem. But going back to where I am, Honorable Speaker, because I'm not a squatter in this House, I represent 6.5 million Kenyans with disability. And when I talk of gender issues, I know there are women with disability who also deserve this particular position. So when I talk of what the slots they have been given in BBI, I talk with a lot of authority because I represent persons with disability. And I don't want them to be dumped. I want them to be given their rightful positions as per the Constitution of Kenya, Article 54, and as per the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which Kenya ratified in 2008, and therefore it is domesticated. And Persons with Disability Act of 2003, session paper number 14. So I'm speaking with authority. And thank you, Honorable Glandes Wanga. We have always been allies. It is only on this one that we may not be allies. But remember that issues that affect women as the affirmative action group also affect persons with disabilities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what I was saying, Honorable Speaker, before I was rudely interrupted, is that we need women in leadership positions. And this particular paper have addressed these issues, and it have only not addressed these issues by condemning Parliament alone. It have addressed this issue throughout and broadly. In our parastatals, we need women and gender issues to be addressed. Honorable Speaker, and you know, our country is a country that is made up of Team Mafisi, Honorable Speaker. You cannot have, Honorable Speaker, distribution of condoms in schools, in bus, but when it comes to sanitary towels, it becomes a problem to distribute them to the needy children who may not, we may drop out of school.
Let us use terms that are very clear. You know, when you say Team Mafisi, Honorable Wango is seated next to you, can't understand what that is, really. Honorable Sanko, please finalize your part.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, therefore, we do support this particular session paper, Honorable Speaker, and unless we are persuaded further, we will not support BBI unless I see the position of women with disability, not in Senate, where there will be no cabinet secretaries, where there will be no prime minister position, where it will not have any function, where it will not have GAF, Honorable Speaker. And also the party list should not only be played by party, but also be a mandatory that there will be representation of persons with disability of at least 5% in.
But Honorable Sankok, Honorable Wango is there. You can explain that team, what that means. He looks keen to know. Honorable Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring a complete different direction to this debate, in the sense that, or in as much as I accept and agree that the session of paper, at the time it is falling in, is really recommendable. But the two aspects I wanted to bring around is the whole issue of timing and the whole aspect that it is not the first one. We have had this debate before. We have an existing session of paper. And when the session of paper number 2 was coming in, what I thought needed to have been done, if we were to do a good service to this, is that to do a very serious audit of what has happened between 1999 and 2000, when we were talking seriously about mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming. The 20 years that have passed, what has happened? Have we achieved anything? What are the achievements? Where are the challenges? So in my view, these are some of the things that would have really enriched the session of paper that we're discussing as at the moment. There are gains that we've had. These gains need to be recognized. There are sectors where women have done very well. There are sectors where women have really surpassed men. There are sectors where men are still much ahead of women. These are some of the questions that we needed to have raised. What is happening in some of these sectors? Look at, for example, the informal banking. If you look at that, banking is still dominated by men. But you get to informal banking is dominated by women. What does that mean in real sense? This informal banking that we are talking about, what is it? It is more of what we have in the groups. The merry-go-rounds, it is what we have in the table banking and all that. But if you do a critical analysis of what that means, this is one area that we are losing, and I'm telling you that women are losing big, because the amount of money that they are paying back in these small groups is much more higher than the formal banking. If one takes time, you borrow per week, you borrow per month, and you repay in a week or you pay in a month, and you repay with 10%. What does that mean if you look at that in relation to a year or an annual repayment in a formal banking arrangement? You realize that you are paying more than 100% interest. And a lot more of this is women. So what is it that we are doing? So in my view, the session of paper ought to have looked at some of those sectors where they are dominated by either gender, but in terms of when they are dominated, what are the gains? To what extent are they losing? Like in this informal banking that I'm talking about, women are losing big. And there are very many there. They are there because of sometimes of issues of access. They are there because of issues of collaterals. They are there because of so many other little issues here and there. But when we are talking about this, at the time when we are talking about gender and development, these are the areas that needed to have been isolated, to have been brought out, that then we address. Otherwise, we are letting women dominate certain sectors, and they are dominating in a manner that the returns are much more lower than when you look at it in the other way around. We need to look at what has happened in education that we are experiencing a reversal. In as much as girls have challenges here and there in terms of education, the performance and where the data that we have in terms of education indicates that girls have surpassed boys. And it's a good indicator. When we have something like that, what is it that we are doing in the reverse now? What is it, how do we retarget such that boys add up? Or is it that we want a situation where we want to claim at one moment that now boys are left behind and girls are in front? So I think these are some of the areas that, in my view, we still really need to check. The area, we've talked about that, we have information. There's a lot of information and a lot of data in terms of how these things are. As I'm mentioning, we've been talking about mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming in virtually everything else. Gender mainstreaming. Who has sat down and exactly indicated what has happened? We were talking about gender mainstreaming in the budget process. What is it that has happened in the last 20 or so years? Where have women gained in terms of access? Where is it that, even if in terms of policy, in terms of engagement, where do we put our capital? Where do we put our money? I think these are some of the things that, in my view, the sessional papers still have to really need to be checked, that some of these things are added up. They may not be added up because this is being passed, but they may be added up in terms of actualization. How are other departments of government going to actualize this sessional paper? That's a big question. How are they going to actualize it? Or they are going to say that, no, this is a sessional paper that belongs to a department of labor or social or gender. What is it that's going to happen? Those are some of the things that, in my view, Mr. Speaker, we ought to have picked up here. That the sessional paper that is brought out is to cut across all the sectors, and the first question that each department needs to be asking is, how are we engaging with this sessional paper? Otherwise, we are going to be doing this paper and it's going to be resting as any other paper that we have done. We have a lot of smart papers in our shelves, collecting a lot of that, but when it comes to actual implementation, we'll then come up with another third sessional paper without auditing what had happened in the first, without auditing what happened in the second. Then we come up with a very beautiful sessional paper, number 3, and then life goes on. I think this is a stage where we need to be changing as a country, so that we really check. This is exactly where there is this problem. When we are talking about the issues that have emerged after the 2010 Constitution, there's been an audit. This House has done an audit. There was a report here, Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, the 11th Parliament, that indicated areas of weaknesses of the 2010 Constitution. And when you look at that against the process that is running on now, the things merge very well. That no, there were weaknesses that must be sorted out as at now. And one of those was this unimplementable clauses, unimplementable articles that was talking about we must achieve 1/3 in the House. It is not easy achieving it after elections. It is not easy achieving it in this House. Where will you get other members if the law restricts you that you have 290 constituencies and all of them, or 250 of them, are men, and then only 40 are women? So where do you get the other third? So these are hard questions that this new process that we are talking about must be supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. Very cool. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I'd like to thank the chair of this committee and congratulate him for the job well done, Mr. Speaker, and for bringing such a critical matter on gender in the Kenyan women, Mr. Speaker. This sessional paper, Mr. Speaker, is a very important one because there is a lot of diversity. It's talking about diversity, it's talking about empowering women and empowering girl child, Mr. Speaker. From where we come from, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of discrimination in terms of genders being empowered, and more so the women being empowered. And if you look at currently, Mr. Speaker, look at the parliament and look at the government, the institutions where women are the ones leading, whether they are ministers, whether they are MPs, they have done well, Mr. Speaker, and their contribution is being felt on the ground. In terms of resources, Mr. Speaker, where ministries or even institutions that women are the ones leading, they utilize the resources, there is no misappropriation of fund. So to that effect, Mr. Speaker, I can say confidently here, giving or supporting or mainstreaming gender, it's a very important thing. And we need to stop this discrimination of gender, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we had...
Order, Honorable Sankok, what is it?
You know, this is a house of records. We cannot keep on misleading this house. If we say that ministries that have been led by women are best performing, we remember the infamous NYS. It was led by a woman, that ministry. We know the health, the mafia house sector, when Cecily Kariuki was there. So let us speak the truth. She's out of order. Let us not mislead the house. Women do better, but not in ministries.
You know, Honorable Sankok, I actually didn't get what is absolutely out of order. But it's misleading to you. She is misleading you. Honorable Sankok,
You
I know you are caucusing earlier, but let her progress.
You see, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy I was talking about. Look at Honorable Sankok, who is now castigating women who have performed better. And I can give you facts, my friend. The NYS and Huduma Mashinani, Huduma Centers, the person behind, the brain behind that project was a woman. Yes, was a woman, and she performed very well. The NYS Jiko, Wamama Jiko kwa Wamama in all the slums, it was a woman. And you know the contribution, the former lands minister, the governor Charity Ngilu, you know her contribution, what she did when she streamlined that ministry. Currently now as a governor, Kitui, they are the ones providing us with the mask that we are wearing. So what are you telling us? So, Mr. Speaker, this hypocrisy, a while ago, he was the one who was complaining about women being removed from here to Senate. He was pretending to be the women's allies. Right now, he is castigating women. So,
address the chair. Leave
so Mr. Speaker, what we need is, let us be honest to each other. And this sessional paper is very important. And it has come when this country, we have a conversation. And all I can see in this sessional paper, Mr. Speaker, it is the conversation that today we are engaged and we are having as a country going forward. Talking about the women accessing lands or matrimonial properties, Mr. Speaker, you know, different people have different cultures, and that is for facts. But the people who use the culture more than the religion. When we go to the religion I come from, it regards women high and protects women and recognizes the women's ability or women to own properties. But mainly people use cultures and forget about religion. So this is a very, very, very good policy paper, Mr. Speaker. And again, as a woman, I think I can't sit without saying this. The conversation that we are having as a country is very important for us. And it is a big gain for us as women, Mr. Speaker. Because, yes, we have affirmative action fund, yes. That is what has made many women to actually contest for constituency or governors to become governor in this country, Mr. Speaker, because of that affirmative action. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, no woman is being removed from this house, so it is also bad if we use the gender card, Mr. Speaker, to divide the country or mislead Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. For us as women, it is a big gain for us to vote, have an equal voting right in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Having a 47 women in the Senate, it's a big gain, Mr. Speaker. Having 1/3, Mr. Speaker, I beg your protection. I want you to protect me. Mr. Speaker, having women.
Honorable, remember you stood also on a point of order.
Yes.
When Honorable Sankok was.
No,
so
it's part of my contribution, Mr. Speaker.
Of relevance.
It's part of my contribution, Mr. Speaker.
The same rule of relevance I'm going to apply to you as I did to your colleague, Honorable Sankok earlier. Please proceed.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it will not be right if I don't appreciate the conversation that we are having that will empower. What you're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is women empowerment and gender. And for me, as a woman who represents thousands of women, Mr. Speaker, I must say this. This is a good conversation, and let us not mislead Kenyans. Because women, for 50 years, Mr. Speaker, we've been fighting for 1/3 in this house. Right now we have, Mr. Speaker. So going forward, I will want also the ministries, all ministries, and even the county government to make sure that gender is being promoted and women are being supported across over. Whether you're from which region or what, let's not use also cultures, and let's support women and let's also mainstream gender. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, very well. Honorable Fabian.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving the opportunity to articulate on sessional paper on gender and development policy. Honorable Speaker, This policy has come on the goodwill of Article 27, Sub-Article 1, where you understand the Kenyan community, we grow from our culture where women used not to inherit land. Women were property. Women could not have against themselves, maybe in community with education. Women were not supposed to inherit land. And that's why you see now Article 27, Sub-Article 1, examines the equality of men and women. Honorable Speaker, the same policy as analyzed on Article 27, Sub-Article 3, which gives the women the right to participate in politics, the right to be in the white-collar employment, the right to be heard as well as men, the right to migrate, and the right for inheritance. So this session of paper are actually what we think is supposed to become with a bill which can solve also the issue of Article 27.8. Article 27, Sub-Article 8, this is where the conflict of the same full Article 27, Sub-Article 1 gives. Because if you see the judgment which came from the Supreme Court analyzed their judgment. They did not understand whether to implement any law, there must be a progressive test. And I'm going to congratulate this House for having shown a proper progressive test on articulating Article 100 by bringing policies on the gender rule. Honorable Speaker, in the statement from, or the ruling from the Chief Justice, did not consider the Article 27.8 talking about two-thirds gender of political organ and also the departmental of the ministries. Honorable Speaker, my question which comes to bring a conflict of the law is that if today you say this House need to have two-thirds gender, are you subjecting the voters who elected this House, they don't know what they are doing when they are doing election? The other question which comes is that if today, historically, we have grown that the boy child and the boy girl, they will be given the same opportunity, you want to tell the generation of today is having the historical injustice in terms of implementation of activities, that the boy child of today should not go to school to learn politics. The boy child of today should not go to school to learn medicine. Does it mean that judgment from our Chief Justice to mean that today you cut the growth of the child boy to give the growth of child girl? My understanding to Honorable Chief Justice, he should have understood the progressive test which has been done by this House. We really support anything given to our sisters, anything given to our daughters, anything given to our mothers. We support anything to improve the livelihood or anything for the women's. But this judgment, it came like a law is being implemented on the spot. It's a norm. We are norm of culture of societies where things has to grow in a progressive. And actually, I tried to check many laws which have come to this House. They have really give a good hand in terms of women. It have also given youth in terms of maybe youth to get opportunities. Also, we have a gap. We have many opportunities for women. So Article 27, Sub-Article 8, it needs to be revisited. The court need to revise that article and understand it cannot be 100% you wake up today, you say this parliament, all the women must be two-thirds of the House. The other argument, Honorable Speaker, which I support this section of paper is about that. It is the policy itself is analyzing. It is giving analytical steps where we can follow and attain the development of a child, of a girl child. A girl child, even if you say that you give a human being in a certain environment to grow by himself, cannot grow by himself. A human being must grow within a competition. But this section of paper has given a good environment for a girl child to be able to compete with a boy child. And that's why I'm standing to support this section of paper. And in understanding that, we will have many legislative, we will have many laws, but every legislative must follow a legislative process. So I'm arguing that at least this policy is good, and it is better we have a legislative proposal about it, or we make a good bill about it to operationalize again Article 100, which gives again this two-thirds gender. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support it. Thank you.
Let's have Honorable Ibrahim, after which the mover, please be ready to reply. Honorable Ibrahim.
Speaker, I also rise to support this motion. Speaker, I think it has been the talk of the day that this House was almost disbanded on grounds of gender issues. Unfortunately, when we are discussing such sensitive issues, I expect the female leaders to be here, but I can just see two of them. Most of them seems to be out. That does not mean that, yeah, and of course, my sister at the back there. But what I'm trying to say is that we expect them to be aggressively pushing for this agenda more than even the men. Last time I remember when we were discussing these issues, indeed their number in the House has been few. And I will urge them for that matter to ensure that they are there to move for their, to push for their agenda. When we are talking about gender, of course, it does not imply that we are just talking about female empowerment, but rather both the boy child and the girl child to be treated equally. That said, Speaker, I think, of course, the disparity is clear, and there is need to support affirmative action to ensure that the same is pushed. Of course, the BBI has been so kind to the ladies and ensure that, of course, 70 seats has been set aside to empower the female. Of course, we are not cognizant of hold your horse. It is, of course, the how is clear in the document. Of course, I'm not campaigning for the BBI at this juncture, but it has been so kind to them that 70 seats has been set aside. Of course, 70 seats has been set aside for the female leaders. And our assumption is that, well, whether you call it zebra or whatever, in the public domain, it is clear that affirmative action has been well enshrined in that document, and our expectation is that favorable condition has been set very well in that document, including even those with disabilities like my friend who is fighting the document. And I have no doubt that of course, considering the fact that
we have had quite a bit of energy this afternoon.
So, go, what is your concern?
Honorable Sankok is on a point of order. Honorable Sankok, you have had quite a bit of energy this afternoon.
Honorable Speaker, not the issue of energy, but we cannot keep on misleading this House if you are not reading this BBI report or you are reading backward, because there is no 70 slots for women. There is no any single slot that is set aside for persons with disabilities. So why are you misleading the public? You are misleading the House. He is really out of order, Honorable Speaker. It is not in order to mislead the House. 70 seats for women. Where? Seats for persons with disability. Where?
Hey. Order. That's okay. Order. You know.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is fair to protect me because
Ibrahim, before you came, there was an order. There is no information here now. The Honorable Ibrahim.
Speaker, my assumption is that when we are raising point of orders, a member is expected to give us the point of order, of course, is raising, so that we are cognizant of the issue the member is raising. But that said, indeed, Mr. Speaker, I'm not responding to the member.
No. Honorable Ibrahim, before you came, there was a whole discussion around people getting into BBI, and I said, look, let us remain the course, because Honorable Sankok will say this is not in the BBI. Honorable Ibrahim will say this is the BBI. So I'm sure there will be a time and space where we shall discuss very well about BBI. For now, let us now deal with the gender and development. Because at some point, I'm sure the BBI
well guided, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there will be adequate civic education on ground, and people will be cognizant, will be conversant with the content of the document. And of course, those who have opposing view will come to the field and advise us otherwise. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I will sincerely support this position. I will, of course, support the position where we will create a conducive environment where our ladies can competitively, play political role. Politics and development are intertwined, and we cannot separate the same. And giving them, of course, that conducive environment, allowing them, providing them with all required incentives,
incentives, for that matter, of course, even I will urge non-state actors like the non-governmental organization to ensure that they provide adequate civic education to our ladies, to ensure that they invest in this field. I have no doubt they have the highest number in this country as opposed to men. And of course, you know, trying to sensitize them on their rights, definitely they will play their rightful role in politics and developing, investing in a lady. Of course, I think it is important that this stranger who comes from the Tanga squad, Mr. Speaker, we should be. When he's out of order, it is only fair that you say he's out of order. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I strongly support this position, and no doubt I support the BBI, and I am confident that BBI strongly supports the cultural education. There is nothing called pastoralist. We are all pastoralists, and BBI, we support it to them. Thank you, Speaker.
Order, members. Order, Honorable Sankok. Honorable Mwabi. Order, Honorable Sankok. Order. I can appreciate the energy. I can appreciate the excitement. I can appreciate the zeal and the enthusiasm by the members. But we have some business to do. Honorable Mwabi, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me, from the onset, thank all the people who have contributed, and quite positively so, to this debate regarding our report on sessional paper number 2 of 2019 regarding the policy on gender and development. Very many issues have been brought up, and I want to imagine from what has been said on the floor that my committee is now very well seized and has received enrichment of the same policy issues and issues that pertaining to women, pertaining to men, pertaining to boys and girls. Honorable Speaker, I therefore would want to thank all members. Second, Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting that this document comes 20 years after the one that was done first, but largely tries to align gender issues with the 2010 Constitution, and also some of the issues that have been touched here by members who are this afternoon very excited about BBI and or not. But what I think is the best thing to do is to discuss that document when it comes, because the moment you start saying what is in there or what is not in there, and you haven't seen the document, then you are going to probably mislead the country. So, Honorable Speaker, the issues of economic empowerment of all gender, equity and equality have been discussed, and I have had members contribute to them and speak to them. Issues of women participation in politics, and largely so, especially the issue of violence against women during the time of politicking or the time of campaigns, and which is spoken to by this paper. Honorable Speaker, it's also worth noting that traditionally women have always been suppressed, and it went on until a point where I heard during some COVID time that even men became suppressed. So the gender equality that is being brought out by this paper will now cut across. It's not about women. It's not about men. It's not about boys or girls. It's about actually all of them at the same time. So, Honorable Speaker, as I end, I would want to remind members that this paper gives us a platform for budgeting, for gender mainstreaming, like what Honorable Nyikal said. And it is very important for us to be seized of the matters that are currently ongoing, especially in regard to the funds, affirmative funds which are there, like Youth Enterprise Development Fund. We have the Women Enterprise Fund, and also we have the Ways of Fund. And I had a very valid point here that when you look at all those funds, then they leave one gender of a certain age out. Like the men who are 35 years, beyond 35 years, are not captured anywhere. So I think it's an issue that we will need to address as we go forward, but also want to persuade this House, because this policy must be implemented. And I liked also the suggestion which we are going to pick from Honorable Nikal on monitoring and evaluation and getting gender data report on all departments and sectors. I think that was very strong. I think we'll pick it up. But just imagine, honorable members, that this, for implementation of this policy, the budget was 500 million, and we appropriated only 15 million. So I would urge members, if we have supplementary budget coming up, let us look at this document, which you have well supported, but look at it in a manner that we are going to put enough money to be able to implement and then monitor and evaluate how successful it is. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Well, honorable members, we shall be putting the question on that order to a subsequent time when that will be scheduled. Now, honorable members, we have only 5 minutes to 7 when the House must rise. And the next agenda, which I guess Honorable Mwadi was to move, he has an allocation of an hour. And we have only 5 minutes remaining. So for the convenience of the House, I will direct that the next order be picked in the next, when it is next scheduled, for the convenience of the House. In the circumstances, honorable members, the time being 6:56 p.m., this House started adjourned until Thursday, 5th November 2020 at 10 a.m.